Chapter 783. Zi-Chin arrived in front of the three men like a bolt of golden lightning. He waved his hand and punched 3 times. His 3 fists were emitting a golden light and contained a powerful force. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 men were sent flying. They coughed up blood as they were sent flying. Their bodies were seriously injured by the light of the fists. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. The 3 men's faces were full of shock. They were knocked down in one move. This outsider strength was really terrifying. The faces of the 6 barbarians of the black race revealed a look of astonishment. Their bodies subconsciously paused for a moment. During this pause, Zi-Chin flashed forward and punched again with his golden fist. There was an ear-piercing sound in the air. After 3 punches, Zi-Chin sent 3 men flying. The first 2 were 4th-level warriors. They were seriously injured after 1 attack. As for the third, he was a 3rd-level warrior. He was beaten half to death by Zi-Chin's powerful punch. All of this happened in an instant. 6 of the 9 men were knocked down. The other 3 were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They stood there stupidly and didn't dare to move. Wu Man was also shocked. He had just assumed a posture and was ready to slash with his blade. He wanted to show off his skills, but he didn't expect that Zi-Chin would end the fight in an instant. Zi-Chin threw out 6 punches in a row, and the scene suddenly became deathly silent. The 6 people who fell down had painful expressions on their faces, and the 3 people who were still standing were drenched in cold sweat when they met Zi-Chin's gaze. "Get out of the way. Don't block the way." Zi-Chin looked up at the tall barbarian who was blocking the way and said calmly. The barbarian's heart began to tremble when he saw the outsider's gaze. He subconsciously dodged to the side. Zi-Chin strode up the stairs. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel nervous or afraid in the face of this oppressive aura. Instead, he felt a faint excitement. He looked up at the tall statue of the barbarian god. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. The people from the Black Clan were still there. Zi-Chin didn't look at the barbarian god's statue carefully. Instead, he turned to the other 3 people and said, "Go and find the experts from your clan. We'll decide who this barbarian god statue belongs to in one battle." The 3 barbarians of the Black Clan nodded mechanically. Then Zi-Chin said again, "Remember, I'm looking for the strongest barbarian. I'm not using the so-called sea of people tactic. If you want to bully me by relying on your numbers, then I'll kill you until there's no one left in your Black Clan." There was a trace of fear on the faces of the 3 men. They nodded repeatedly and ran in the direction of the Black tribe. They wanted to carry the half-dead barbarian with them before they left, but Wu Man glared at them fiercely. Then they turned around and ran away. As the 3 of them fled, the crow barbarian under the altar walked towards the berserkers with a long saber in hand. Then he kicked them viciously. Wu Man kicked out more than 10 times in a row, causing the 5 warriors of the 4th rank to scream miserably. But Wu Man was not satisfied. He turned and said to Zi-Chin, who was on the altar, "Chief Zi-Chin, why are we still keeping these Black Clan people alive? Let's just kill them." Wu Man's voice was filled with undisguised killing intent. Zi-Chin, who was focused on the barbarian god statue, turned his head and looked at Wu Man. He spread his hands and said, "This is a conflict between you barbarians. You can kill them or leave them here." When Wu Man heard this, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Even the long saber in his hand flashed with a cold light. His killing intent surged. Don't kill us. Let us go." The barbarians of the Black Clan began to beg for mercy. In the process of begging, the 5 4th-level barbarians crawled towards Wu Man. However, they did not crawl in front of him. Instead, they protected the 3rd-level barbarian. Previously, 3 barbarians wanted to take away the 3rd-level barbarian. Now, the 5 barbarians wanted to protect him. It was clear that the 3rd-level barbarian status in the Black Clan was not low. Hatred had completely drowned out Wu Man's reason. He raised his butcher's saber and was about to kill. Suddenly, Zi Chen's voice sounded from the altar. Wu Man, how many of your clansmen were kidnapped 10 years ago? Wu Man was startled. He did not understand why Zi Chen would suddenly ask this question, but he truthfully said, including the elderly and children, there were more than 400. Then can you guess how they are doing? Zi Chen asked again. When Wu Man heard this, the anger on his face grew. He angrily said, I don't need to guess to know that they are living a life worse than dogs and pigs. These bastards must have treated them as slaves and tortured them. I will chop these bastards now. Wu Man fiercely spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Then he raised his saber. The saber flashed as he prepared to chop down. Since they are not doing well, why don't you use these scum to exchange for them? The saber in Wu Man's hand stopped at the neck of a 4th-rank barbarian. Previously, he was still angry, but after he stopped, his face was filled with guilt. At this time, he only wanted to vent his anger. He had forgotten about the lives of his clansmen. A deep sense of self-blame emerged from the bottom of his heart. Wu Man put away his saber and bowed deeply to Zi Chen. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Zi Chen waved his hand and smiled. That's enough. Quickly come up and feel the aura of the barbarian god. Wu Man was startled. He pointed at the 6 black tribe barbarians and asked, What about them? They will stay there. What if they run away? The smile on Zi Chen's face grew wider, but his voice was very cold. If they try to run away, just kill them all. At worst, we will go to the Raven tribe and capture a few of them to exchange for your clansmen. The hearts of the black race's barbarians trembled when they heard this. There were too many legends about the outsiders, but each of these legends was about how powerful the outsiders were. Of course, behind these powerful legends were the bloody and cruel massacres. Among the many legends, there was a legend that the outsiders did not treat the barbarians as humans. They treated the barbarians like slaves and killed them whenever they wanted. After thinking about this legend, no one dared to question Zi Chen's words. Wu Man walked up to the altar. This was the first time he had come here. When he felt the aura of the barbarian god up close, he almost collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with reverence for the statue. Compared to Wu Man, Zi Chen was much more relaxed. He quietly looked at the statue in front of him. At this moment, Zi Chen was unable to see the entire statue with his eyes. However, after releasing his spiritual sense, he was able to see the entire statue at a glance. This was an extremely majestic barbarian. His body was wrapped in animal skin. His hands were clenched into fists, and his hair was flying in anger. The pressure of the barbarian god made Wu Man unable to use his spiritual sense. His body could not help but tremble. However, this situation did not last for a quarter of an hour. Wu Man seemed to have sensed something, and his expression slowly calmed down. Wu Man stood on the altar as if he had been petrified. He looked at the statue in front of him motionlessly. Below the altar, when the 5 4th-level barbarians saw this scene, their faces were full of shock. As everyone knew, to comprehend the barbarian technique in front of the barbarian god statue, one had to sit cross-legged, empty one's mind and body, and try to sense it. However, after doing all this, it would take a very long time to smoothly sense the barbarian technique. Some are lucky and could sense it in 3 to 5 days, but some needed to stay here for 8 to 10 days, or even several months. However, they had never heard of such an unprepared person who could sense it in a quarter of an hour. Moreover, there had never been such an existence in the Black Tribe. Just as Wu Man sensed the berserker art from the god of berserker statue, Zi Chen's spiritual sense also noticed a strange ripple from the god of berserker statue. The spiritual sense he released caught that strange ripple in time. Within this strange fluctuation, Zi Chen saw the figure of a tall barbarian. The barbarian was practicing his fist technique in the air. This was a fist technique that could mobilize the power within the body. It was a barbarian technique, and it was more complicated than a third-level barbarian technique. When the fist light was thrown out, the barbarian's fist would flash with light. This was a fist technique that manifested power. It was a fourth-level barbarian technique, and when the barbarian performed it, it was clearly stronger than Zi Chen's third-level barbarian technique. Wu Man had told Zi Chen earlier that the barbarian technique could be comprehended depending on the level of power. At this moment, Zi Chen was fully confident of his own strength. Fourth level, it was indeed fourth level. The barbarian continued to practice this fourth-level barbarian technique in the air. When the barbarian performed it for the first time, Zi Chen's spiritual sense completely memorized it and successfully copied it. As the barbarian practiced it over and over again, Zi Chen's spiritual sense also practiced it. Every time it practiced, Zi Chen's understanding of the fourth-level barbarian technique would improve a little. By the time Zi Chen had practiced the fourth-level berserker art a dozen times, the spiritual thought in Zi Chen's mind had already reached its peak. In fact, at that moment, the fourth-level berserker art in Zi Chen's mind had already surpassed the level of the void barbarian's art. In other words, the fourth-level barbarian technique that the god of barbarians had passed on to Zi Chen had improved, or perhaps improved, after the lightning youth's unique talent. After evolving it to its peak, Zi Chen opened his eyes. He had already mastered the fourth-level barbarian technique. But if he wanted to use it to its peak, Zi Chen would need to train hard. Wu Man was still trying to comprehend it. Zi Chen did not disturb him. Instead, he walked down the altar quietly. It seemed that before he achieved a breakthrough, the statue of the god of barbarians was useless to him. As expected, the 6 barbarians did not dare to escape. They looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of fear. Zi Chen ignored them. He looked into the distance. With his powerful spiritual sense, he sensed that the Black Tribe's elites had arrived. The leader was just as Zi Chen had guessed. He was a powerful 5th-level warrior. Behind him were 4th-level warriors. The number of 4th-level warriors far exceeded Zi Chen's expectations. Soon, a black dot appeared at the end of his line of sight. It's the tribe leader. The tribe leader has come to save us. The 6 barbarians' faces were filled with excitement. The black dot gradually turned into a tall figure. It ran towards them at an extremely fast speed. The ground trembled slightly. You're the outsider that the Raven tribe invited. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard. It was the tribe leader of the Black Tribe. Behind the patriarch of the Black Clan, there were more than a dozen level 4 warriors of the Black Clan. When they saw the situation, they immediately rushed over to the 6 members of the Black Clan. Chapter 784. Seeing that their young master was seriously injured, the Black Tribe barbarians were about to get angry, but they didn't expect the outsider to speak first. He even said that their young master was a captive. This was obviously slander and a naked humiliation to the Black Tribe. Other than a few barbarians helping the 3rd-level barbarian up, the rest of the barbarians stood up and stared at Zi Chen angrily. During this time, the 5th-level warrior was also observing Zi Chen. Every outsider should not be underestimated. This was a lesson passed down from generation to generation. I said, "That is my captive. Put him down." The short Zi Chen looked up at the barbarians. His voice was still firm and even a little cold. "How dare you injure young Master Heimu? Even if you are an outsider, you will die today." Before the 5th-level warrior could speak, a 4th-level warrior coldly threatened. And this kind of threat didn't seem to be enough. He said, "Not only you, but also the Raven tribe that you seek refuge with will be destroyed." Zi Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. He glanced at the 4th-level barbarian and said coldly, "If you want to die, then come at me. I will fulfill your wish." The 4th-level barbarian's face changed slightly. He felt that he had lost face. After a loud shout, he rushed towards Zichen. He was almost 4 meters tall. As he stepped forward, the 4th level power in his body was displayed under the 4th level barbarian spell. He clenched his fist, which flashed with the light of a 4th level barbarian spell, and fiercely smashed it towards Zichen's head. Facing the 4th level barbarian's attack, Zichen only dodged to the side. The barbarian's fist followed along, and the strong wind blew Zichen's black hair. The fist passed by Zichen by a hair's breadth. Because he couldn't stop it, the fist smashed into the ground, creating a big hole. Smoke and dust filled the air. At the same time, the 4th level barbarian lost his balance, and his body fell towards Zichen. Zichen clenched his fist, and a golden light appeared on his fist. He punched the barbarian's chin. A strong force surged, and the barbarian's chin was severely twisted. At the same time, the barbarian's huge body was sent flying by Zichen's attack. This attack sent the barbarian flying dozens of meters away. As he was flying, there was a line of blood in the air. The body of the 4th level barbarian fell heavily on the ground, and a small amount of smoke and dust splashed up. He didn't get up again after he fell. A single punch killed a barbarian. In front of them, the angry barbarians. Their faces were filled with shock when they saw their comrade being killed. They had heard the news that this outsider relied on his speed, but they didn't expect him to be able to kill his enemy. They didn't expect him to be so powerful to kill his enemy, to kill him. The 4th level barbarians didn't say anything. They were all stunned. The 5th level warrior's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Zichen and said, "You are indeed a powerful outsider. You are only a 4th level warrior, but you can kill someone of the same level. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Black Tribe, Heya. I would like to invite you to join the Black Tribe." Zichen looked at Heya and said, "What if I don't want to?" Heya smiled and said, "You are a 4th level warrior. Even if you are an outsider and stronger, you can't be stronger than a 5th level warrior." After a pause, Heya continued, "Also, what's so good about staying in the Raven Tribe? There are no resources there, and they can't provide you with any resources. On the other hand, if you come to the Black Tribe, I can provide you with all the resources you need. You can also grow faster." Black Cliff's words were obviously a form of coercion. However, Zichen sneered and said sarcastically, "If I'm not wrong, your Black Clan should only have one rank 5 warrior. What kind of resources can you take out?" Heya was not angry at Zichen's mockery. He looked at Zichen and smiled. "Since you have come to the world of the barbarians, you should have some understanding of the beasts. What do you think if I provide you with the blood of a 5th level beast to cleanse your body? I will also let you eat 5th level meat every day. What kind of treatment do you have in the Raven Tribe? I don't think you can even eat 3rd level meat every day." Heya's face was full of confidence. It was just the Raven Tribe. What could they have? If it wasn't for the fact that destroying the Raven Tribe was a waste of resources, the Raven Tribe would have been wiped out a long time ago. Sure enough, the outsider's answer proved that Heya was right. "I really can't eat 3rd level meat because that is what a 2nd level warrior eats. As a 4th level warrior, I can only eat 5th level meat. Therefore, whatever you offer, the Raven Tribe can also provide. I have no reason to accept your invitation." "Then you insist on fighting?" Zichen refused. Heya's face immediately turned cold. "You don't have to fight, but you have to promise that the barbarian god statue will be shared with the Raven Tribe." Zichen was still calm. "In your dreams," Heya shouted, "I wanted to recruit you, but since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude." After he finished speaking, Heya strode towards Zichen. As he moved forward, the power of a 5th level warrior surged within his body. Then Heya threw out a punch. This punch was full of power. Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he met Heya's attack head-on. The golden fist appeared again and collided with Ya's attack. Pum! In the midst of the collision, Zichen was pushed back a few steps. Ya, on the other hand, did not move a single step. In a battle of strength, Ya was naturally the winner. Humph! You're just a 4th level warrior. If you don't know what's good for you, you might lose your life. Ya's face was full of confidence after he pushed the outsider back. Come on, show me your strongest power. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Zichen sneered. Shameless boasting. Ya's second punch was 3 times stronger than the first. The second punch ended with a loud bang. Zichen was pushed back again. Not far away, the barbarians from the black tribe cheered. However, Ya, who had pushed back the outsider twice, was not happy at all. His face was obviously different. In his imagination, this punch was meant to break the outsider's bones, not just push him back. Ya's eyes flashed coldly. He threw out another punch. This time, he threw out a few punches. The light from his punches kept flashing. The powerful force created a raging wind. Zichen was pushed back again and again. However, he was not injured at all. The barbarians from the black tribe who were cheering before also saw the trick. Their faces were full of disbelief. Ya was obviously using all his strength. His forehead was covered with sweat, but the outsider's expression did not change at all. Finally, after the first wave of attacks, Ya took a few steps back to increase the distance between him and Zichen. For some reason, Ya felt a dangerous aura from his opponent. Zichen still had a cold smile on his face. Seeing that Ya had stopped attacking, he stepped forward and said coldly, "What's wrong? Seems like a 5th level warrior is only SOSO. If you don't attack anymore, then it's my turn. Come at me if you can." Ya was panting slightly. The continuous attacks had consumed a lot of energy. Zichen's eyes suddenly flashed coldly. He took a step forward and rushed towards Ya like a bolt of golden lightning. The barbarians who had returned earlier said that the outsider was very fast. They were defeated before they could do anything. Ya's expression changed when he saw the outsider's extreme speed. He kept retreating. At the same time, he activated the power in his body again to defend himself. Zichen, who was charging forward, clenched his right hand into a fist. His fist emitted a dazzling golden light. At this moment, the power in his body continuously gathered in his fist. The source of this power was the golden blood in Zichen's body. Without using spiritual thoughts or elemental energy, Zichen only used the Berserker spell to activate the power hidden in his blood. This was pure physical strength without any external support. This was the true power of the perfect body. Under the fusion of the 2nd level Berserker spell and the 3rd level Berserker spell, it was completely unleashed. This fusion of Berserker spells was no weaker than a 5th level Berserker spell. The fusion of battle skills was also a unique skill of the Lightning Youth. With the fusion of battle skills and Zichen's perfect body, the power of this punch had reached the peak of what Zichen could currently perform. The golden light from the fist became even more piercing. There was an obvious pressure in the powerful force. This pressure made Ya feel suffocated. His expression changed drastically, and he once again activated the power in his body to block it. Pum! Zichen's powerful punch was blocked by Ya. It only landed on Ya's 2 arms. However, the power contained in the punch instantly destroyed the power in Ya's arms. Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Both of Ya's arms were shattered by Zichen's power, and his tall body was sent flying backwards. This time, Ya was even worse off. He flew back dozens of meters before landing heavily on the ground. All around, everyone was stunned. Even Wu Man, who had just learned the Berserker spell, looked at all this in disbelief. It was unbelievable that a 4th level Berserker could win in one hit against a 5th level Berserker. In the face of Zichen's powerful attack, Ya didn't die immediately. However, his arms were shattered and he lost the ability to fight. His eyes were filled with shock, and his face was filled with fear. He raised his right arm with difficulty and pointed at Ziqin. He trembled and said, "Fifth level berserker spell." Even though the fusion of the barbarian art that Ziqin cast just now was a fusion between a second and third level barbarian art, it was a fusion at its peak. It was more like a fusion between a third level and a fourth level barbarian art. When it was used to its peak, there was no problem with it being comparable to a fifth level barbarian art. A fourth level berserker spell was a fifth level berserker spell. This was beyond the rules of this world. This was the real source of Heiya's shock. Heiya was helped up. Then, the other fourth level berserkers surrounded Heiya and the rest of the wounded. They looked at Ziqin cautiously. However, it was obvious that the corners of his eyes were trembling and his heart was filled with fear. Ziqin looked at the group of black tribe berserkers. He walked forward step by step. Golden light flashed around his body, and a wave of pressure came out of his body. This pressure was similar to the pressure of a fifth-level berserker beast. Even you didn't have it. This made people even more frightened. It was as if they were facing a cold-blooded berserker beast. Chapter 785. With just one strike, Heiya had been beaten into submission. The legends of the powerful outsiders were indeed true. Ziqin stopped a few meters away from the terrified barbarians. Wu Man had already walked down the altar and stood behind Ziqin. Ziqin looked at the terrified Heiya and said, "We are few in number. We don't have much use for this place. As long as we share it, it's fine. Are you willing?" Of course, of course. In the future, if the ravens want to come, we will not stop them. We will use the statue first. Heiya quickly nodded. The same sentence was said one after another, but it brought about completely different effects. It seemed that the principle of the strong is respected was applicable everywhere. Ziqin was very satisfied with Heiya's attitude. He nodded and pointed at the 6 injured barbarians who were being protected by the barbarians. "They are all my captives. If you want to take them away, go ahead and take them. But when you go back, you must send back all the ravens that were taken away from me over 10 years ago." Ziqin's action was an obvious exchange. Moreover, the one who benefited the most was Heiya. Heiya naturally agreed. Ziqin had 2 reasons for coming here. The first was to obtain the berserker art. The second was to help the ravens gain a chance to understand the statue of the god of berserkers. Now that he had completed both of his goals, it seemed that Ziqin could leave. Ziqin glanced at Wu Man and asked, "Have you finished comprehending?" Wu Man's face was full of excitement. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have gained a lot." "Then let's go." With that, Ziqin turned around and left without any hesitation. Heiya and the other barbarians were stunned as they watched Ziqin and Wu Man leave. Only when the 2 figures completely disappeared from their sight did the barbarians react. A 4th-level barbarian asked, "Chief, why did they leave? Why didn't they send anyone to guard this place? What else can they do? They can't stay here to eat." Black Cliff stared at the man and saw that the others were confused as well. He explained, "The ravens have too few people. They may not even have 200, but they can't defend this place. What they need is a chance to learn." "Then, Chief, do you mean that this place still belongs to us?" Another barbarian asked. "Of course, but it is no longer exclusive to us. We must share it with the ravens." Black Cliff looked at the level 4 warriors and said, "You guys are in charge of guarding this place. Remember, do not provoke the ravens and do not make things difficult for them." Several 4th-rank barbarians nodded in agreement. What a joke! The ravens had such a powerful outsider. Who would dare to cause trouble for them? Now that the ravens had such a powerful outsider, who would dare to cause trouble for them? Damn the ravens! How lucky they are! They found an outsider to rely on. And this outsider is also a weirdo. He didn't join a super strong tribe. Black Cliff looked at the direction where Ziqin and the others had left. He was supported by the barbarians back to the black tribe. On the way, Zi Chen and Wu Man did not talk much. Wu Man was still in a state of extreme excitement. It was obvious that he had gained a lot today. The next morning, when the two of them returned to the ravens were stunned when they saw the two of them. Their faces were filled with disappointment. It took them only one day to come back. This was a sign of failure. Zi Chen was expressionless. He looked at Wu Man's gloomy face. Wu Man ignored the barbarians and walked straight to the square, leaving the barbarians to look at his back. His gloomy expression instantly turned into one of ecstasy when he turned his head around. He clenched his fists and shouted at the crowd, "We did it! We did it! We won against the Black Clan! In the future, we can study the statues of the god of berserkers as we please." The shocked and disappointed barbarians quickly reacted. Then they burst into thunderous cheers. The barbarians were lifted up and thrown high into the air. The other barbarians also began to hug each other. Some of them even began to kiss each other excitedly. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen quickly ran back to his room and closed the door. The cheers outside lasted for half a day. For the ravens, this was a big thing. With the opportunity to study the barbarian god statue, they also had the opportunity to rise. In the room, Zi Chen began to study the 4th level barbarian technique. If he wanted to increase his physical strength, he could only study the barbarian technique. The next day, the ravens were still celebrating. Everyone was looking forward to the return of their people. When Zi Chen appeared, they looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. In the square, the barbarian warriors did not continue to practice their barbarian techniques. Instead, they all hugged a huge rock and practiced. Among them, Wu Man carried the biggest rock. It was as big as a mountain. At the moment, he was carrying the mountain and running back and forth. Large beads of sweat dripped down his body. Looking at the barbarians carrying the rock, Zi Chen was puzzled. He asked them what they were doing. Wu Man replied that they were training. As soon as he said this, Zi Chen froze in place as if he had been petrified. After being petrified, it was as if he was possessed as he muttered, "Refined strength, refined strength." At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. He felt as if the clouds had dispersed. He had always felt that he was lacking something, but he could not figure it out. Now that he saw Wu Man and heard what he had to say, Zi Chen finally understood. That was training. If one wanted to train their strength and strengthen their body, it was not as simple as refining blood essence. Before they could grow, they had to consume it. In the past, Zi Chen had always wanted to refine all kinds of things because of his spiritual sense and elemental force. He had never tried to expend his elemental force for cultivation. Refining once or twice was a good thing for the body, as it could allow one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. However, refining every time was a bad thing for one's strength. In true training, only consumption was the way to go. It was like pouring water into a wooden barrel. If you wanted to pour more water into the barrel, you had to increase the volume of the barrel. The body was like the barrel, and the blood essence of ancient beasts was the water. In the past, Zi Chen had only poured water in, but now Zi Chen had decided to increase the volume of the barrel. At this moment, Zi Chen had finally found the way to train his body. Zi Chen also quickly thought of a suitable place for himself. 2 days later, the Black Tribe brought the Raven captives back. Apart from those who had been tortured to death, the rest had all returned. When family met, it was inevitable that there would be sad scenes. They hugged and cried. Zi Chen could not bear to see such a scene, so he left. Chief Zi Chen. Zi Chen left and returned to his room. Not long after, someone came in. When he saw that it was Black Cliff, Zi Chen was surprised. Shouldn't he be recovering? Why would he come here? Zi Chen invited Black Cliff into the room. The chair was suitable for a human, but it was not suitable for Black Cliff to sit on. So the two of them sat down. Black Cliff's expression was nervous. He seemed to have something to say. "There is something," Zichen said first. After a moment of hesitation, Black Cliff spoke his mind. He did not expect to form an alliance with the ravens. Regarding the alliance, Zichen did not even think about it. Zichen knew why the Black Tribe and the ravens had formed an alliance. However, the ravens needed the Black Tribe as an ally. The alliance was only a verbal one. There were no witnesses or signatures. Only the two of them knew about it, and only the two of them had the final say. After chatting for a while, Black Cliff stood up and said goodbye. Out of courtesy, Zichen sent Black Cliff to the door. But when he reached the door, Zichen found that more than 500 barbarians were standing there. All 500 barbarians looked at Zichen. Before Zichen could understand what was going on, the barbarians suddenly knelt down. "What are you doing?" Zichen was surprised by the raven's actions. He quickly went forward and tried to help the leader up. "Leader Zichen, you have saved the ravens and our loved ones. You are the benefactor of the ravens." As he spoke, Wu Man made a gesture of kowtowing. Zichen quickly stopped him, but he could not stop the barbarians. Zichen had no choice but to say, "Since you call me chief, then I am a raven. As the chief, this is what I should do for the ravens. Everyone get up." The barbarians' eyes were full of gratitude, but they did not get up. Instead, they kowtowed 3 times to Zichen. After 3 kowtows, they got up. "Leader Zichen, I'll be heading back now," Black Cliff said from the side. Zichen nodded. In this situation, he could not send them off. With so many people in the tribe, they naturally needed more food. The food that was originally enough for the tribe to eat for more than 2 months was rapidly reduced because the number of people had increased by more than half. 2 days later, under the leadership of Zichen, dozens of barbarians went out to hunt. It must be mentioned that among the barbarians, there was a woman. The woman was Una. As a second-level warrior, she seemed to be stronger than most of the male warriors. Moreover, Zichen could not stand being pestered by her, so he made an exception and agreed to take her with him. In this hunt, there were many strong ravens, so they had a lot to gain. During this time, Zichen went into the depths of the tribe and killed 2 5th-level beasts. As for the 4th-level beasts, they were killed by Wu Man and the others. Because Zichen had taught them the barbarian techniques, the barbarians' battle strength had greatly increased. In addition, Zichen had refined a powder that could heal wounds, so the barbarians' death rate had greatly decreased. After 3 days, they had hunted more than 500 barbarians and half a month's worth of food. They decided to go back. "This is for you. If anything happens to the tribe, just break it." Before they went back, Zichen gave Wu Man a jade pendant. "Chief Zichen, you are not going back?" Wu Man, who was carrying the corpse of the 5th-level beast, asked. When the other barbarians heard this, they all looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, I want to stay here and train. This place is more suitable for me. And you, after you have settled the tribe's matters, you can come find me here. As a 4th-level warrior, lifting stones all day will not improve much." Hearing that Zichen was only going to train and not leave, the barbarians all let out a sigh of relief. After reminding Zichen to be careful, they all carried the resources and headed towards the ravens. Chapter 786. Zichen entered the depths of the barbarian Dragon Mountain range alone. He wanted to train his strength here. Of course, this method of training was not like the Wu Man's method of finding a mountain and running around. Zichen wanted to find a level 5 savage beast. In order to consume his strength, Zichen could only find a level 5 savage beast as a training partner. Zichen's luck was pretty good. In just half a day, he found a level 5 savage beast. Moreover, it was a barbarian bull that specialized in strength. For an ordinary barbarian bull to grow into a level 4 savage beast was already amazing. However, Zi-Chin found a level 5 savage beast, which was even more amazing. When Zi-Chen saw the barbarian bull, the latter also noticed him. The barbarian bull's huge eyes stared at Zi-Chen as it panted heavily. Zi-Chen made an extremely provocative gesture towards the barbarian bull. The barbarian bull was furious and rushed towards Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen also rushed towards the barbarian bull in the next moment. Then the two began to wrestle. Zi-Chen grabbed the barbarian bull's 2 horns and firmly resisted the other party's attack. The two of them were like fighting bulls going back and forth. This was Zi-Chen's training method. The level 5 barbarian bull's strength was much stronger than Zi-Chen's. It could also last longer than Zi-Chen. When its strength was exhausted, Zi-Chen would use his extreme speed to escape. After reaching a safe place, Zi-Chen began to eat to recover his strength. After his strength was restored, Zi-Chen would go back to find the barbarian bull. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Zi-Chen could clearly feel the strength in his body rapidly increasing. If this continued, Zi-Chen would be able to break through soon. After the 10th day, Zi-Chen, who had been wrestling with the barbarian bull all day, not only felt his strength increasing, he also felt a clear sense of hunger in his body. This hunger was not only referring to his stomach, but also to every part of his body. This was the result of Zi-Chen's body's potential increasing, but not being able to effectively replenish his energy. It was like a wooden barrel that had become bigger, but not enough water was poured into it, making it appear extremely empty. This discovery caused Zi-Chen to be overjoyed. Thus, after finding a safe place, Zi-Chen began to refine the ancient beast essence blood. These were the blood essences of king-level ancient beasts and level 5 savage beasts. After refining them, they turned into pure energy that entered Zi-Chen's body and was absorbed by Zi-Chen. After consuming dozens of drops of blood essence, the feeling of hunger in Zi-Chen's body slowly disappeared. When Zi-Chen stood up again, he found that the strength in his body had increased by almost 10%. This discovery made Zi-Chen so excited that he almost jumped up. Therefore, without saying anything, he went to look for Barbarian Bull again. When Barbarian Bull saw Zi-Chen, its eyes were filled with fear. It turned around and wanted to escape. Zi-Chen had tormented it for the past 10 days. Zi-Chen quickly chased after it, grabbed its horns, and began wrestling with it. Zi-Chen, whose strength had greatly increased, lifted Barbarian Bull up during the wrestling and kept slamming it around. Barbarian Bull was furious and used all its strength, but it still couldn't suppress Zi-Chen. After all its strength was exhausted, Zi-Chen let go of Barbarian Bull. Clearly, as his strength increased, his opponent had to change. Otherwise, his progress wouldn't be great. After waiting for 10 days, Wu Man still didn't come. It was unlikely that he would come, so Zi-Chen continued venturing deeper. A day later, Zi-Chen discovered a new opponent. This was a man-tiger. His realm was slightly higher than Barbarian Bull's, about peak level 5. When competing with man-tiger, Zi-Chen clearly didn't have the upper hand. His perfect body strength was exhausted by man-tiger in less than an hour. Just as Zi-Chen was escaping, he discovered that man-tiger was chasing after him. Moreover, he was very fast. Zi-Chen couldn't shake off man-tiger no matter how fast he tried. Helpless, Zi-Chen could only fly away. Seeing the barbarian fly away, man-tiger's eyes were filled with shock. However, he was even more unwilling. He roared at the sky and released his tiger's might. However, an hour later, man-tiger discovered that the barbarian from before had returned. There was a hint of joy in his ferocious eyes as he rushed towards Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen also didn't want to be outdone. He rushed towards man-tiger, and the two of them wrestled again. This time, Zi-Chen wasn't a match for man-tiger and quickly ran away. Zi-Chen went back and forth several times a day to find trouble with man-tiger. Man-tiger was also annoyed and roared for almost an entire day and night. Zi-Chen, who had been recovering for a day and night, felt like his body was falling apart. He couldn't wait to sleep. However, he forced himself not to sleep. Instead, he took out a high-grade primal stone and used his yin-yang harmony art to absorb the energy from it. Zi-Chen's cultivation level wouldn't increase very quickly if he were to cultivate in this area. Zi-Chen also didn't have extravagant hopes that his essence force would be able to achieve a breakthrough. His purpose for doing so was to make himself more spirited. Zi-Chen consumed a high-grade primal stone in one night. His energy and stamina recovered to its peak. After eating some leftover barbecued meat from yesterday, Zi-Chen once again went on his way to find Man-Tiger. When Zi-Chen arrived, Man-Tiger was enjoying a delicious meal. It should be a level 4 savage beast, but when it saw Zi-Chen, its eyes turned red. Yesterday's harassment had caused Man-Tiger to be filled with anger. When it saw Zi-Chen, it stopped eating and directly pounced toward Zi-Chen. Compared to yesterday, Zi-Chen seemed to have improved a little. He was able to last for an hour. After that, Zi-Chen used up all his energy and ran away again. Roar! Man-Tiger roared again. Before it could reach Zi-Chen, Zi-Chen had already jumped into the air and flew away. This time, Man-Tiger chased after Zi-Chen for a few miles before returning unwillingly. That damned, perverted tiger. I just wanted to train my strength. Is there a need to kill me? After landing, Zi-Chen cursed and recovered his energy. After a while, Zi-Chen returned to Man-Tiger's side. Just like that, time began to repeat itself. On the first 10 days, Zi-Chen bullied Barbarian Bull until he was unrecognizable. On the second 10 days, Zi-Chen tortured Barbarian Tiger until Barbarian Tiger became unbearable. In the end, Barbarian Tiger also became Barbarian Bull, and whenever he saw Zi-Chen, he would turn around and leave. It wasn't easy for Zi-Chen to find a powerful sparring partner, so he naturally wouldn't let Man-Hu leave so easily. Thus, he used extreme speed to entangle Man-Hu once more. After a few rounds, when Zi-Chen found Man-Hu again, the latter's eyes had turned red again. Of course, this time it was not anger. Instead, it was grievance. It was on the verge of tears. Little tiger, let's continue the training today. Zi-Chen walked towards Man-Tiger again. Man-Tiger knew that he could not outrun Zi-Chen in terms of speed and could not escape. He could only continue to wrestle with the barbarian until Zi-Chen was out of breath. Moreover, after half a month of wrestling, Zi-Chen's physical strength had almost caught up with Man-Tiger's. After exhausting all his strength, Zi-Chen once again felt the hunger in his body. Little tiger, thank you very much. Zi-Chen hugged Little Tiger and kissed it on the forehead. He ignored Man-Tiger's disgusted expression and turned into a ray of light as he left. When he left, Zi-Chen clearly let out a carefree laugh. The peak rank 5 Man-Tiger was puzzled. He did not understand why the barbarian was so happy. After half a month of wrestling, he knew that the barbarian was using him to train. He clearly had the strength to kill him, but he did not make a move. Thus, Man-Tiger stealthily followed him. As for where Zi-Chen was, Man-Tiger could find him even with his eyes closed. Of course, this did not mean that he knew where Zi-Chen was hiding. It was just that Zi-Chen had a special smell that he could smell. Man-Tiger walked for 7 to 8 miles before he found the barbarian in a low-lying area. When he saw the barbarian, Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with shock. This was because the barbarian's body was glowing and emitting a ferocious aura. Moreover, the glowing object in the barbarian's hand was extremely attractive to Man-Tiger. Man-Tiger laid on the ground and stared at the barbarian. Then he saw the barbarian refining the balls of light that were extremely attractive to him. During this period of time, Man-Tiger had thought of killing the barbarian. However, as a peak rank 5 beast, he had a strong sense and knew that the barbarian was not someone to be trifled with. Even in this situation, he might not be able to kill the barbarian. Just like this, Zi-Chen refined another 10 drops of ancient beast essence blood. His strength increased by leaps and bounds. He had reached the peak of rank 4 and could enter rank 5 at any time. Zichen opened his eyes and saw Man Tiger. He had an unfriendly smile on his face. "Little tiger, why are you looking at me like this? Are you trying to kill me?" Man Tiger quickly retreated when he saw the unfriendly expression on the barbarian's face. He looked at the barbarian cautiously, but soon after, Man, whose vision blurred, and the barbarian in front of him disappeared. Man, who felt that something was wrong, and ran to the side, but at that moment he felt a weight on his back. It was the barbarian who was sitting on his back. Roar! This kind of thing happened a few days ago. Every time, Man Tiger's reaction would be very extreme. He would roar towards the sky, and his roar would resound throughout the forest. "All right, I'm just sitting on your back. Is there a need for this?" Zichen said unhappily when he saw Man Tiger trying to get him off. "I have a Longhu sovereign's mount in the outside world. His bloodline is thousands of times stronger than yours. It's your fortune that I'm interested in you." Roar! Man Tiger was furious when he heard this. He struggled even harder, and his rank 5 strength started to surge. He wanted to throw Zichen off his back. However, Zichen held onto Man Tiger's neck and refused to get him off. Man Tiger was helpless. After struggling for half an hour, Man Tiger lost all his strength and laid on the ground. "What's wrong? You can't hold on anymore? Here's something for you." Zichen came down from Man Tiger's back and took out an item. Man, who turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly widened, emitting boundless light. The item in Zichen's hand was the ancient beast essence blood. Man Tiger's every move was under the observation of Zichen. If Man Tiger dared to make a move, then he would be roasted meat right now. Man Tiger looked at the drop of ancient beast essence blood and then looked at Zichen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that the ancient beast essence blood was something good, but the barbarian still gave it to him. Chapter 787. A drop of ancient beast blood essence didn't bring much change to Man Who, but it wasn't completely useless. Judging from Man Who's expression when he digested the blood essence, the ancient beast blood essence should have helped him a lot. After giving Man Who some benefits, Zichen was able to sit on Man Who's back without any qualms. Man Who also wanted to get some benefits from Zichen, so he decided to let Zichen do whatever he wanted. Because of the drop of blood essence, the relationship between man and beast became much closer. Therefore, when Zichen was roasting meat at night, Man Who would also come over when he smelled the aroma. It was worth mentioning that when Zichen roasted meat at night, no savage beast dared to monopolize it even when the flames were blazing. In the past 20 days or so, Zichen, who rarely killed, had subdued almost all the savage beasts in the vicinity. As the king of this area, Man Who sat beside Zichen and enjoyed the food. Zichen was still roasting ancient beast meat. He still had a lot left in his purple gold gourd, so it would be hard to finish them all in a short time. He was happy to share with Man Who. It was boring to cultivate alone, so it was good to have Man Who as a companion. However, Man Who wasn't just a friend, he was also a good training partner. In the pitch-black night, the flame flickered. A man and a tiger were eating barbecued meat. Zichen also took this opportunity to take out a small bottle of wine to drink. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range was extremely dangerous to the barbarians, but Zichen was passing by very leisurely. After eating and drinking, Zichen rubbed Man Who's head and said, "Little tiger, how about following me in the future? When I leave, I'll bring you to the outside world to experience it." Man Who raised his head and looked at Zichen. He was quite intelligent, so he naturally knew that Zichen wanted him to carry him. However, Man Who also had a request. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded. "Haha, not bad. Reward." With a peak rank 5 man who has a mount, Zichen was in a good mood. He took out a drop of ancient beast blood essence and gave it to Man Who. Man Who swallowed it with a face full of enjoyment. Suddenly, Zi-Chen sensed a familiar aura between heaven and earth. Zi-Chen turned his head, stood up, and looked into the distance. Man-Tiger, who was lying on the ground, also stood up and followed Zi-Chen's gaze. Apart from the darkness of the night, there was nothing else. He looked at the sky, then turned his head to look at Zi-Chen. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with doubt. Zi-Chen looked up at the sky, his expression constantly changing. After a long time, he murmured, "It's here. It's finally here." Just now, his spiritual thoughts had sensed a familiar aura. This aura originated from the laws of heaven and earth, from the seal of the laws. Clearly, another outsider had arrived here. Zi-Chen could coexist peacefully with the barbarians in this world, but not with the outsiders. All outsiders were enemies. Zi-Chen felt a strong sense of danger when the outsiders suddenly arrived. The aura of the seal of laws quickly disappeared, and Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts were unable to determine the direction. It was unrealistic for him to immediately go and kill the outsider. When Man-Tiger regained his senses, he noticed that Zi-Chen's gaze had turned hostile. Just as he was about to run away, Zi-Chen pounced on him. Beside the fire, the man and beast began to wrestle. Even though it was night time, Zi-Chen did not give up on cultivating. The arrival of the outsider made Zi-Chen feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that the outsider had yet to grow and break all the seals to increase his strength as much as possible. For the next 5 days, although Zi-Chen had made progress, it was not as obvious as before. He seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Moreover, because he was in a hurry, Zi-Chen's increase in strength had slowed down. Zi-Chen knew that it wasn't that his cultivation speed was slow, but that his mentality wasn't right. He was too anxious and hasty. In order to correct his mentality, Zi-Chen gave up on cultivating and focused on refining high-grade primeval stones. Zi-Chen finally calmed down after a day and a night. But when Zi-Chen went to find Man-Tiger the next day, he found that Man-Tiger had disappeared. "He's not here? Where did he go?" Zi-Chen was stunned when he saw that Man-Tiger was not here. Without Man-Hu, there would be no sparring partner. Moreover, in this region, Man-Hu was the only powerful sparring partner. Since his sparring partner was not here today, Zi-Chen could only look for another sparring partner. In this region, Man-Hu was a good choice. Once he found Barbarian Bull, Zi-Chen rushed towards Barbarian Bull and smashed him until Zi-Chen exhausted all his strength and Barbarian Bull became dizzy from the smashing. When the sky turned dark, Zi-Chen returned to Man-Tiger's place and barbecued meat while waiting for Man-Tiger to return. That night, Man-Tiger did not return, and Zi-Chen felt the law of nature once again. He had just adjusted his mood, but because of the law of nature, he became gloomy again. On the second day, Man-Tiger still did not return, and the law of nature appeared again. On the third day, it was still the same. Zi-Chen's expression became more and more unsightly. Could it be that staying at Man-Hu's place was really bad luck, causing outsiders to come every day? Fortunately, Zi-Chen did not feel the law of nature on the fourth night. On the fifth night, Zi-Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, heard a sound. When he opened his eyes, he saw Man-Tiger rolling down the mountain. Even though it was night, Zi-Chen's eyesight was good, and he could see that Man-Tiger's body was covered in wounds. Those wounds looked like they were made by claws. They were very deep, and blood was constantly flowing out. Moreover, there were a few fatal wounds on Man-Tiger's forehead. Man, who seemed to have run all the way back. After rolling down the mountain peak, he stopped moving and breathed heavily. When Man-Tiger heard footsteps, he struggled to move his head. When he raised his head and saw Zi-Chen, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Seeing Man-Tiger's injuries, Zi-Chen frowned and asked, "Who injured you?" Man-Tiger growled and his aura became weak. Looking at the hundreds of wounds on Man-Tiger's body, Zi-Chen's frown deepened. It seemed that a few blood-healing pills wouldn't be enough to heal such heavy injuries. Only a high-quality treasure pill would be able to heal him. Man-Tiger could be considered Zi-Chen's friend, and Zi-Chen was never stingy with his friends. So Zi-Chen took out a treasure pill and gave it to Man-Tiger. "Here, swallow it." The treasure pill emitted a dazzling light. After Lin Yin took it out, a rich vitality began to fill the air. Man, whose eyes widened in surprise. "Swallow it quickly." Zi-Chen took the treasure pill and placed it in Man-Tiger's mouth. When a human swallowed a treasure pill, it would melt in their mouth, and Man-Tiger would naturally do the same. A rich vitality spread out from Man-Tiger's stomach and flowed through his body, healing his injuries. Under the naked eye, Man, whose injuries were recovering at a visible rate, especially the few fatal wounds that were recovering at an even faster rate. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In less than 15 minutes, Man-Tiger's injuries had basically healed. However, Man-Tiger's body was too big and the treasure pill couldn't spread throughout his body. That was why there were still a few superficial wounds on his body. After that, Zi-Chen took out a blood-healing pill and applied it on his wounds. The blood-healing pill was comparable to a small treasure pill, and Man-Tiger's injuries were completely healed. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with gratitude as he was saved by Zi-Chen from the brink of death. After that, Zi-Chen asked Man what had happened. He was so powerful that he had almost been killed. Man-Tiger stretched out his claws and gestured at Zi-Chen, but Zi-Chen didn't understand. So, Zi-Chen guessed and Man-Tiger answered, "Was it a barbarian that injured you?" Zi-Chen asked. Man-Tiger shook his head. Zi-Chen naturally knew that Man-Tiger's injuries were not caused by a barbarian. He was just testing the waters. Then Zi-Chen said it was a savage beast. Man-Tiger nodded. "A level 5 savage beast." Man-Tiger shook his head. "A level 6 savage beast." Man-Tiger nodded. Zi-Chen's face changed when he guessed that it was a level 6 savage beast. He thought to himself, "Man, you even dared to provoke a level 6 savage beast." The next step was to guess what kind of savage beast it was. Zi-Chen said, "It's a female savage tiger." Man-Tiger rolled his eyes. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. After that, Zi-Chen started to guess between dogs, lions, wolves, cows, and other savage beasts. However, Man-Tiger rejected all of his guesses. Moreover, Man-Tiger gestured a lot. "Isn't a pack of barbarian wolves? If it's not a barbarian wolf, then is it a barbarian rat?" Man-Tiger shook his head and gestured. Zi-Chen couldn't guess, so he said, "Could it be a barbarian monkey?" Man-Tiger nodded his head and his eyes lit up. Then he bit Zi-Chen's clothes and signaled Zi-Chen to go with him. "You provoked a group of monkeys and got beaten up by their king. Now you want me to help you get back at them?" Zi-Chen asked. Man-Tiger nodded his head, but he quickly shook his head and gestured at Zi-Chen again. He stretched out his claws and drew a circle in the air. Then he opened his mouth and tried to eat the circle. "You want to eat a monkey's head and drink a monkey's brain." Zi-Chen guessed again. Man-Tiger continued to disdain Huang Xiaolong and drew an even bigger circle to show that the monkey's head was this big. Zi-Chen guessed that it was a small monkey, but Man-Tiger continued to shake his head. Suddenly, Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. "Fruit! You're talking about a fruit, a monkey fruit." Man-Tiger nodded his head and signaled Zi-Chen to follow. When he was in the outside world, Zi-Chen knew that there was a tree called the monkey tree where the monkeys lived. There were monkey fruits on the monkey tree. These fruits were very useful in increasing one's yuan li and were extremely rare. There was no heaven and earth spirit qi in this area, but it actually produced monkey fruits. This made Zi-Chen very curious. Moreover, there was a level 6 monkey king overseeing this place. Since Man who wanted to go there, it was obvious that the monkey fruits were extraordinary. Zi-Chen didn't say anything and jumped on Man-Tiger's back. Man-Tiger quickly carried Zichin. They ran for hundreds of miles. Along the way, Zichen saw many traces of battle. There were also bloodstains left behind by Man-Tiger. It was obvious that Man-Tiger fought with the Monkey King. Of course, although it was called a battle, it was actually Man-Tiger running away and the Monkey King chasing after him. When the sun was about to rise, Man-Hu and Zichen arrived at the territory of the monkey race. But after arriving, Man-Hu became a lot more careful. Zichen relied on his powerful spiritual sense and discovered that there were many powerful beasts nearby. Chapter 788. Although Man-Hu was extremely careful, he didn't stop. Instead, he directly charged forward. It looked like he was going to directly charge into the monkeys and steal the monkey fruit. "Stop, you idiot!" Zichen grabbed Man-Hu's ear and sent a message to him. Zichen's voice sounded in Man-Hu's mind. Man-Hu was shocked and immediately stopped. Zichen spread out his spiritual senses and detected the other savage beasts in the surroundings. Excluding Man-Tiger, there were more than 5 savage beasts. Their current strength was unknown, but they were clearly not weaker than Man-Tiger. There are at least 5 savage beasts around here. If we go up recklessly, we will be attacked. Zichen warned Man-Hu again. Man-Tiger's emotions immediately became unstable. He was clearly enraged. Previously, he had almost died because he was the one who stuck his head out and was beaten up. Man-Hu lay down and hid. Zichen got down from Man-Hu's back and spread out his spiritual sense to check the surroundings. As Zichen's spiritual senses swept past, a concave land appeared in front of him. There was a huge mountain peak in the concave land. Just as Zichen's spiritual senses entered the concave land, he saw many monkeys. The barbarian monkeys were much bigger than the demon monkeys in the outside world. The fur on their bodies was a fiery red, like burning flames. The barbarian monkeys were very strong. Even the weakest ones were level 3 warriors. There were also countless level 4 and level 5 warriors. They belonged to a powerful tribe. When Zichen scanned the area with a spiritual sense, he guessed that there were at least 10 rank 5 barbarian monkeys. At first glance, the sunken ground was filled with monkeys. They were guarding a 100-meter-tall monkey tree in 3 layers. At this moment, on the monkey tree, there were many shining monkey fruits swaying in the wind. Zichen scanned the area with a spiritual sense and found that there were 12 monkey fruits. Zichen was surprised because he guessed that there would only be 1 or 2 monkey fruits. Within 50 meters of the monkey tree, there was an open space. There was nothing here except for monkeys. Further away, there were ancient trees with lush branches and leaves. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw the lush branches and leaves shaking. There were also barbaric monkeys playing among them. Apart from that, there were also a few withered ancient trees. The number of barbaric monkeys here exceeded Zichen's expectations. What he had sensed with his spiritual senses was only a portion of them. At the bottom of the huge mountain and halfway up the mountain, there were caves that had been dug out with sharp claws. From time to time, the playful cries of barbaric monkeys could be heard, and there were even barbaric monkeys going in and out. Zichen retracted his spiritual sense. His expression was ugly because he had found at least 2 strange barbarian monkeys. They were probably rank 6 barbarian monkeys, and this was what they discovered from the outside. Zichen wasn't sure if there were any level 6 barbaric monkeys or stronger barbaric monkeys in the cave. Man-Hu looked at Zichen with hope, as if asking if he had any ideas. Zichen glared at Man-Hu and said, "Idiot, you were tricked by humans, no, by beasts. There are at least 2 rank 6 barbarian monkeys here. It was a miracle that you were able to escape alive last time." Man-Hu's eyes were filled with fear when he heard this. He quickly realized that after he left with one of the rank 6 barbarian monkeys, the other beasts attacked the barbarian monkeys, but they were all defeated. After the fear, Man-Hu's face was filled with doubt and hope. He hoped that Zi-Chin could give him an idea. "You greedy bastard. Do you want the monkey fruit more than your life?" Zi-Chen glared at Man-Hu again. He then lowered his head and thought about how to take the monkey fruit. It was obviously unrealistic for him to fly up and take the monkey fruit. Even if Zi-Chen could fly, he would be torn to shreds by the barbarian monkeys when he landed on the monkey fruit tree. The only feasible method was to lure the barbarian monkeys away so that Zi-Chin could take the monkey fruit. This method was called luring the tiger away from the mountain, but in this world, it was called luring the monkey away from the tree. With Man-Hu's help, this method was feasible, but he had to plan it carefully. Thus, Zi-Chen released his spiritual senses and began to assign tasks to Man-Hu after checking the area. After coming up with a plan, Zi-Chen said, "Lure the barbarian monkeys away, and I'll give you the monkey fruit. If you agree, nod your head." Man-Hu had no doubts about Zi-Chen since he had saved his life, so he immediately nodded his head. "All right, then do as I say." Zi-Chen quickly sent a transmission to Man-Hu until Man-Hu nodded repeatedly to indicate that he understood. Man-Hu's eyes were filled with pride and schadenfreude. He seemed to be very satisfied with Zi-Chen's plan. Zi-Chen patted Man-Hu's head and said, "Hurry up." After saying that, Man-Hu shot out like an arrow. He didn't have any intention of hiding. Moreover, as he moved, he caused sand and stones to fly around him. His roar echoed throughout the forest. When the roar rang out, the barbarian monkeys were startled. They clearly didn't expect Man-Hu to still be alive. Moreover, he dared to appear again in less than a day. Compared to the barbarian monkeys, the other hidden barbarian beasts were very excited. They were all thinking that the idiot had appeared again. This was good, as it created another opportunity for them to attack. With Man-Hu taking the lead, the powerful barbarian beasts that had been hiding earlier intentionally hid themselves even deeper. Right now, they were waiting for Man-Hu to fail and be chased by the rank 6 barbarian monkeys. Man-Hu did indeed charge forward, but he didn't charge into the group of barbarian monkeys. Instead, he stood on top of the depression and coldly looked at the barbarian monkeys. When the barbarian monkeys saw Man-Hu, they became very excited and started to squeak. Some of them even picked up some stones and threw them at Man-Hu. Although they were excited, they didn't immediately charge forward to fight Man-Hu. Man-Hu also didn't charge down. He just stood on top of the depression and paced back and forth. His cold eyes moved away from the barbarian monkeys. When he saw the monkey fruits, a greedy expression appeared on his face. Man-Hu stared at the monkey fruit without the slightest scruple as he walked. This caused the barbarian monkeys to be extremely dissatisfied. Immediately, they threw a hail of stones at Man-Hu. Roar! Man-Tiger suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the forest. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. Most of the rocks that came whistling through the air were blown away by the shockwave, while a small portion of them were deflected by the shockwave and landed on Man-Tiger's body without harming him at all. The rank 4 and rank 4 barbarian monkeys were the only ones who were excited. The rank 5 barbarian monkeys didn't move at all. As for the rank 6 barbarian monkeys, they were shocked. They didn't understand how Man-Hu could recover from such a heavy injury in one night. Roar! After the first roar, Man-Hu let out another heaven-shaking roar. The king's aura around him was filled with provocation. He arrogantly walked around as if he was patrolling his territory. However, the greed in his eyes when he looked at the monkey fruit revealed that this was not his territory. Man-Hu didn't stupidly charge at the barbarian monkeys. This made the other hidden barbarian beasts very unhappy. At this moment, they all wanted to kick Man-Hu's butt. Man-Hu's provocation finally angered the barbarian monkeys. Seeing that their stone attacks were ineffective, some of the restless barbarian monkeys jumped up from the treetops and attacked Man-Hu with their claws. Before the rank 5 and rank 6 barbarian monkeys attacked, the rank 4 barbarian monkeys attacked first. Because they were weaker than Man-Hu, there were a lot of rank 4 barbarian monkeys. Next, it was time for Man-Hu, the king of the forest, to show his might. He had a huge body, but he was very agile. When he saw the group of monkeys rushing over, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes, and he began to attack. Its sharp claws and tail were all weapons of attack. As it moved nimbly, a barbaric monkey that was flying over was struck by its sharp claws. With a pung sound, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then the rank 4 barbarian monkey was sent flying and smashed into a monkey tree in the distance. At the same time, man whose tail hit the second barbarian monkey. In the next moment, the second rank 4 barbarian monkey was sent flying. According to Zi Chen's instructions, man who only injured the barbarian monkeys but didn't kill them. Although this wouldn't enrage the barbarian monkeys, it would ensure man whose safety. Just like that, after the first wave of barbarian monkeys were sent flying, the rest of the barbarian monkeys were enraged. This time, a rank 5 barbarian monkey directly charged at man who, as expected, man who would fight fiercely with the rank 5 barbarian monkey. Moreover, he wouldn't hold back. As the true king of the forest, man whose battle strength was still very strong. In just a few moves, he heavily injured the rank 5 barbarian monkey. Soon after, more than half of the barbarian monkeys were heavily injured. Although they didn't kill the barbarian monkeys, the heavily injured barbarian monkeys had completely enraged them, especially when the heavily injured barbarian monkeys let out mournful cries. The barbarian monkeys became even more restless. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The bright sky suddenly darkened, and a fiery red color appeared in the sky. It was as if the fiery clouds were pressing down. This time there were hundreds of barbarian monkeys flying over. Seeing the densely packed barbarian monkeys, a trace of fear appeared in Manhu's eyes. After letting out a symbolic roar, he turned around and ran away. Among the hundreds of barbarian monkeys, there were only 4 or 5 rank 5 barbarian monkeys. This kind of efficiency made the other barbarian beasts extremely dissatisfied. Compared to yesterday, Man, who was a lot more terrified. Just when they were feeling disdainful, they suddenly realized that Man, who didn't run on the same route as yesterday. Instead, he ran on a different route. Just when the other barbarian beasts were confused, the barbarian beast on this route felt that something was wrong. However, it didn't immediately panic and continued to hide. In its line of sight, Man, who was running straight for it. However, when he was a few dozen meters away, Man, who suddenly jumped up. Chapter 789. Following Zi Chen's instructions, Man Tiger stepped on the head of the hidden savage beast and used the momentum to leap away. The savage beast was originally hiding in the ground, but when Man who stepped on it, it subconsciously exerted its strength. As a result, Man who used the momentum to jump away, while the savage beast jumped up from the ground due to overexertion of its strength. This was a gigantic pangolin that was 7 to 8 meters long. Its body was covered in black scales that flickered with a black light. When it leaped up, it was just in time to meet the numerous charging barbaric monkeys. Its figure was instantly drowned by the barbaric monkeys. After the pangolin was engulfed by the barbarian monkeys used their claws and mouths to bite and tear at the pangolin. The pangolin felt the pain and began to slaughter the barbarian monkeys. The barbarian monkey screams before they died caused the barbarian monkeys to become even more chaotic. At the same time, another group of barbarian monkeys was sent out to help. Due to the pangolin's help and the pangolin's massacre, there weren't many barbarian monkeys left chasing after Man Tiger. Most of the barbarian monkeys had gone back to help. Hence, Man Tiger turned around and returned. On the way back, Man Tiger encountered the second group of barbarian monkeys. Both sides didn't say anything and immediately attacked. After injuring a few more barbarian monkeys and attracting enough aggro, Man Tiger continued to run. While he was running, the second group of barbarian monkeys chased after him. Such a scene made the hearts of the other savage beasts blossom with joy. The situation finally became a little chaotic. Man Tiger changed his escape route again. At this moment, Zi-Chen's spiritual senses were spread out and he was remotely controlling Man-Tiger. 3 meters to the left. Jump 50 meters and use your claws to attack the green branch. Jump. Under the command of his spiritual senses, Man, who jumped up. This jump was exactly 50 meters long. After jumping up, Man, who followed Zi-Chen's instructions and ruthlessly struck the green tree branch. According to Man Who's original estimation, this attack should at least be able to break the tree branch. However, when this powerful attack landed on the tree branch, not only did it fail to break the tree branch, but it also caused Man Who to be shaken. Just as it was extremely puzzled, it saw the entire tree branch suddenly tremble from the corner of its eye. Then the tree branch bent and fell to the ground. Before Man-Tiger landed on the ground, he heard a loud bang. When he turned his head, he saw a green python that was dozens of meters long raising its head. The python's cold gaze fell on Man-Tiger as if it was calculating how to swallow him whole. But before that, it had to deal with those barbaric monkeys that were swarming over. When the python was surrounded by the monkeys, Man Who did the same thing and lured the monkeys away from the tree, luring the 6 hidden beasts out. The blood-curdling screams of the barbaric monkeys resounded continuously in this area. A total of 7 level 5 peak barbaric beasts had appeared. This area was already in chaos. The 2 rank 6 barbarian monkeys were already on the move, charging towards the 7 barbarian beasts. Because Barbarian Tiger didn't kill the barbarian monkeys earlier, the barbarian monkeys that went to fight him were only injured, but not killed. This resulted in not many barbarian monkeys attacking him, and the rank 6 barbarian monkeys also didn't attack him. You just need to run and fight. Zi-Chen gave Man-Tiger one last order. Then he withdrew his spiritual sense and concealed himself as he approached the monkey tree. He had already left the 7 waves of monkeys, but there were still many barbarian monkeys on the monkey tree. In addition, with Zi-Chen's powerful spiritual sense, he could sense that there were still barbarian monkeys hiding in the ancient trees in the distance. There were countless barbarian monkeys here, and they were the kings of this area when they were in groups. After finding the best place to attack, Zi-Chen didn't immediately rush over. As a knowledgeable and intelligent human with a powerful spiritual sense, Zi-Chen naturally wouldn't be the one to take the lead. Moreover, his shrewdness wouldn't be lower than the barbarian beasts. Zi-Chen only asked Man-Tiger to dig out the 6 hidden barbarian beasts and didn't touch the rest. He was waiting for this moment. Sure enough, when the barbarian monkeys and the barbarian beasts were in a deadlock, a pitch-black figure moved. After it appeared from its hiding place, it shot towards the monkey tree like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that even Zi-Chen's face was slightly astonished. However, its fate was sealed. Just as it rushed into the depression and reached the side of the monkey tree, many barbarian monkeys rushed towards it. The barbarian monkeys were like a large ball of flames that directly drowned it. Then there were roars and screams. After 3 breaths, the black figure broke free from the barbarian monkey's attacks and jumped up, viciously biting the monkey fruit. This was a black leopard at the peak of the 5th level. Its eyes were filled with desire for the monkey fruit. When it reached the monkey fruit and was about to swallow it, it suddenly felt a darkness above its head. Just as the black leopard raised its eyes, it saw a huge footprint descend from the sky and ruthlessly cover its nose. Bang! With a loud thud, the black leopard was kicked to the ground. Then a large 6th level barbarian monkey fell from the sky. Seeing that another 6th level barbarian monkey had appeared, the black leopard's eyes were filled with fear. After it let out a painful roar, it turned into a ray of black light and quickly fled into the distance. During this time, a total of 6 barbarian monkeys had died under the black leopard's mouth. Naturally, the other barbarian monkeys wouldn't let it go and quickly rushed towards it. On the escaping black leopard, there were still a few barbarian monkeys hanging on its body. Their sharp claws and teeth had already pierced through the black leopard's body. Next to the monkey tree, a sixth-level barbarian monkey appeared. However, such a strong existence couldn't deter the hidden barbarian beasts. There was only one chance to create such chaos, so it had to be seized. After the black leopard escaped, Zichan sensed with his spiritual thoughts that 3 barbarian beasts were trying to approach the monkey tree. Moreover, these 3 barbarian beasts were rodents that hid underground and were good at burrowing. In addition, a 5th-level barbarian wolf appeared in the distance. It was a 5th-level barbarian wolf that rushed over after hearing the barbarian monkey scream. However, it was undoubtedly the most prepared barbarian beasts. This was because there were hundreds of smaller barbarian wolves following behind the barbarian wolf. When Zichan saw the barbarian wolf with so many barbarian wolves, he immediately felt that the barbarian wolf was too weak. The barbarian wolf with so many barbarian wolves was the king of the show. The leader of the barbarian wolves deliberately avoided the battlefield and led the pack of barbarian wolves towards the monkey fruit. When the barbarian wolves moved together, the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses could be heard. A smile appeared on Zichen's face. With his spiritual thoughts, he was like a general overseeing the battlefield, commanding thousands of soldiers and horses to attack the enemy's position. When the enemy's position was defeated, it would be time for him to move out. When the earth started to tremble, the 3 barbarian rats had already approached the monkey tree from 3 different directions. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 mice soared into the sky and headed straight for the monkey fruit on the tree. During this time, the 6th-level barbarian monkey was furious. It slapped one of the barbarian rats, but it was unable to block the other 2. The 6th-level barbarian monkey didn't have time to attack again. However, in the next moment, many barbarian monkeys attacked the 2 barbarian rats. The barbarian rats couldn't fly, so they were only borrowing force to fly. Under the attacks of the barbarian monkeys would naturally lose their momentum. In that split second, the 6th-level barbarian monkey seized the opportunity and slapped the 2 barbarian rats to the ground. The 3 barbarian rats fell to the ground, but they were unwilling to give up. They wanted to attack the monkey fruit again, but in the next moment, a group of barbarian monkeys rushed out from the cave and attacked the 3 barbarian rats. More and more barbarian monkeys appeared, causing the barbarian rats to feel a lot of pressure. They could only continuously retreat. At this moment, the trembling of the earth became louder and louder. The barbarian wolves had already rushed over with their little brothers. There were many of them, so they directly attacked the barbarian monkeys. The barbarian monkeys were also very direct. After the appearance of the 3 barbarian rats, the number of barbarian monkeys rushing out from the mountain didn't stop. Moreover, there were even more barbarian monkeys rushing out from the ancient tree in the distance. There were so many barbarian monkeys that even Zichen was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many barbarian beasts eyeing the monkey fruit, Zichen wouldn't even have the extravagant hope of obtaining the monkey fruit. However, with so many barbarian monkeys, Zichen still had a chance to succeed after a slight calculation. The appearance of the barbarian wolves surprised Zichen, but the more chaotic the situation was, the more likely it was for Zichen to succeed. A group of barbarian wolves had just rushed into the depression when they were blocked. Soon after, the depression turned into a battlefield. In other places, the other barbarian beasts were also rushing over, even if they were injured. Chaos. Everything was in chaos. Utter chaos. However, Zichen still didn't move. A strand of his spiritual sense was locked onto a spot 30 meters to his right. There was another fellow that was extremely proficient in burrowing into the ground. This was also a pangolin. Not only was its concealment technique brilliant, but it was also larger and stronger. Zichen had decided to leave it behind and let it lead him closer to the ground. Sure enough, when the situation was in complete chaos, the pangolin moved. It burrowed into the ground and began to approach the monkey tree. because Zichen's spiritual sense was spread throughout the entire area. When Zichen prepared to follow the pangolin, he discovered an extremely strange scene. More and more barbarian monkeys rushed out from the mountain peak. But there were also more barbarian monkeys that returned to the mountain peak. These barbarian monkeys were mostly exhausted from the previous battle. They quickly rushed into the mountain peak, but not long after, they rushed out again. When they went in, they were almost exhausted, but when they came out, they were full of energy, as if they had eaten a vigorous pill. Moreover, under the careful observation of Zichen's spiritual sense, he discovered that there was some green liquid left at the corners of the barbarian monkeys' mouths. There were also many barbarian monkeys that were licking the liquid with their tongues. As the barbarian monkeys entered and exited, the depression emitted a faint fragrance. As this fragrance spread, Zichen's face clearly showed a strange expression. This is the fragrance of wine. Could it be monkey wine? The barbarian monkeys here also know how to make wine. The monkey wine in the outside world had a special effect. What would the monkey wine here do? It seemed that the barbarian monkeys had already demonstrated to Zichen that it could increase or restore strength. Chapter 790. After discovering the monkey wine and guessing its effects, Zichen's eyes lit up even more. Obviously, both the monkey fruit and the monkey wine were good things. The former could help increase his strength, while the latter would be of great help to his future journey on the ancient road. This discovery caused Zichen to pause for a moment. During this pause, the giant pangolin had already entered the hollow. The pangolin appeared from the hollow, but it didn't appear directly next to the monkey tree like the other savage beasts. Instead, it appeared 50 meters away from the monkey tree, next to a withered tree. Originally, there were barbaric monkeys on the ancient trees behind the withered tree. Because the battle was too intense and there were too many savage beasts, these barbaric monkeys all rushed to the hollow to help out. After the pangolin appeared, it was unexpectedly not discovered by the barbaric monkeys. After it poked its head out, it once again hid underground, then opened a hole in the ground and approached the monkey tree. Under the monkey tree, there were barbaric monkeys guarding it. The level 6 barbaric monkeys were fighting in front of it. The pangolin appeared again on the other side of the monkey tree, which was 20 meters away, behind a group of barbaric monkeys. The pangolin poked its head out, but the barbaric monkeys still didn't discover it. Its eyes were clearly filled with joy, and it was thinking about how to steal the monkey fruit. After Zichen suppressed all of his aura, he followed the pangolin. The place he appeared was where the pangolin had poked its head out earlier. Zichen appeared in a flash, using the withered tree as cover. At this moment, he was only 50 meters away from the monkey tree. If he used his extreme speed, he could instantly reach the tree. He wouldn't dare to say that he could pluck all of the monkey fruit, but plucking 2 or 3 wouldn't be a problem at all. Zichen's expression changed, and he prepared to use his extreme speed to move before the pangolin made its move. Suddenly, Zichen's powerful senses detected a heart-palpitating aura. This aura made Zichen clearly feel danger, and it was a life-threatening one. Zichen tightly leaned against the ancient tree and restrained all of his aura. At this moment, there were already 3 level 6 barbaric monkeys within the group of barbaric monkeys. However, these 3 barbaric monkeys were about the same in terms of size and strength. If all 3 of them were kings, then it would go against the common sense of there being only one king in a group. Thinking of this, Zichen's face was covered in cold sweat. If these 3 barbaric monkeys were not kings, then it was obvious that the king of the barbaric monkeys had yet to appear. Moreover, Zichen had a feeling that he had been tricked. The monkey king had yet to appear, and this made Zichen wonder if the monkey king was waiting for all the savage beasts to appear so that he could capture them all in one fell swoop. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. This guess was not groundless. At this moment, the barbarian monkeys did not have the upper hand. They were dying one after another, but the barbarian Monkey King still did not appear. Don't try to get close to this place. Stay as far away as possible. If you feel that something is wrong, run away immediately. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly sent a message to Man Hu. Hearing Zi Chen's message, Man Hu, who had followed the other savage beasts to attack the monkey fruit tree, also silently retreated. From the looks of it, he was forced to retreat by the barbaric monkeys. With this discovery, Zi Chen immediately felt as if there was a sharp edge on his back. It was as if his every move was being monitored. Previously, he thought that he was the general who controlled the entire situation, but now he felt that he was just a clown who had been played. The pangolin was very shrewd. It had yet to attack and was still waiting. However, in Zi Chen's eyes, the pangolin was just a clown who had been played like him. Zi Chen's figure was currently blocked by the ancient tree, so no barbarian monkey had discovered him. His body was tightly pressed against the ancient tree. Although he felt that he was being watched, this was Zi Chen's guess after all. Even if there was a sliver of a chance, Zi Chen would still hide. The chaos continued and the ground shook. The entire area was shaking, but Zi Chen, who was close to him, could hear the faint sound of flowing liquid. Why is there such a sound? Zi Chen was extremely puzzled. He was prepared to listen, but he didn't hear anything. Zi Chen, who didn't hear anything, suddenly looked at the ancient tree that he was close to. A strange expression appeared on his face. After that, Zi Chen placed his ear on the ancient tree and heard the sound of flowing liquid again. Because this sound came from the ancient tree, it was very soft. If one didn't place their ear on it, they wouldn't be able to hear it. However, why would there be liquid in the ancient tree? Zi Chen didn't even think about it and blurted out the answer. Monkey wine, monkey wine. It seemed that there was only one explanation for the liquid in the ancient tree. Moreover, Zi Chen's spiritual sense spread out and discovered that there were a total of 8 of these withered trees. In the monkey tribe's territory, there were 8 withered trees. This didn't make sense. Previously, Zi Chen only found it strange and didn't question it. However, after hearing the sound of flowing liquid, he understood. The barbaric monkeys must have hollowed out the ancient tree and placed all the ingredients for the monkey wine inside. Then they sealed the hole and waited for the monkey wine to ferment. If it's really the monkey wine, then I've struck gold. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited and his mood seemed to have improved. Zi Chen felt that the spying in the dark had disappeared. Although the battlefield was chaotic, if Zi Chen brazenly took the monkey wine, he would naturally be discovered. Therefore, after looking around, he once again dived into the ground. After that, Zi Chen began to travel underground. His digging skills were naturally not as good as the pangolin's, but he still knew how to do it. Moreover, he was currently near the withered tree. He just needed to move forward a little more. Zi Chen dived into the vicinity of the tree roots. After finding a slightly thick tree root, he pointed at the tree root. Yuan energy appeared between Zi Chen's fingers, and the hard tree root was pierced through like tofu. Then, Zi Chen felt a liquid come into contact with his fingers. Using his spiritual sense to explore the liquid, Zi Chen found that it was indeed green monkey wine. Moreover, it was an entire tree hole. It really is the monkey wine. Zi Chen's eyes lit up, and he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Then he pointed at the space between his eyebrows. In an instant, a psychedelic light rushed out from between Zi Chen's eyebrows and enveloped the finger hole in front of him. After Zi Chen removed his finger, the monkey wine in the finger hole flowed into the psychedelic light and then into the purple gold gourd space. Because the finger hole was too small, the speed of absorption was too slow. Therefore, a finger glow appeared between Zi Chen's fingers again, and he suddenly slashed at the huge tree root. In the next moment, a bowl-sized hole appeared, and the monkey wine began to gush out. The monkey wine continued to flow out. During this period, there would be a sound. Zi Chen was afraid that the fighting monkeys would hear it, so he quickly released his yuan energy and enveloped the monkey wine. He was afraid that the sound would leak out. The battle outside was still ongoing. The pangolin had yet to find a suitable opportunity to attack. However, during this period of time, it once again advanced a few meters. It must be mentioned that because this place had become incomparably chaotic, more savage beasts rushed over from afar after hearing the commotion and joined the battle. Chen did not calculate how much monkey wine there was in the tree hole. However, if it were to be stored in a large vat in the human world, it should be able to hold a large vat. After collecting all the monkey wine, Chen spent a total of 7 to 8 minutes. After collecting all the monkey wine, Chen stuck his head out and released his spiritual sense again. The Monkey King had yet to appear, but there were more and more savage beasts. Other than the peak level 5 savage beasts, there were also many level 5 savage beasts. This was truly a chaotic battle. Collecting the monkey wine was a serious matter. Chen did not care about the barbarian tiger. He continued to slowly dig a hole and approach the second tree hole. One must know that there were a total of 8 withered trees here. Just as Chen reached the bottom of the second ancient tree, a level 6 barbarian monkey rushed out from the mountain peak where the barbarian monkeys were continuously running out. This level 6 barbarian monkey was slightly stronger than the previous 3, but it was definitely not the Monkey King. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the 3 rodent species and beat them until they screamed. However, the Monkey King did not run away. During this period of time, many savage beasts were continuously trying to attack the monkey tree. Moreover, several level 5 savage beasts had already died in battle. As for the barbarian wolf, it had led a group of underlings, but more than 100 of them had died. PFFF! Chen opened the second tree hole. The monkey wine flowed out from the hole. A psychedelic light enveloped it as he began to collect the monkey wine. At this moment, the battle above was extremely intense. However, Chen was leisurely collecting the monkey wine below. The monkey wine could instantly recover one's strength. It had the same effect as the liquefied yuan liquid. Even if he could not obtain the monkey fruit today, just the monkey wine from these 2 trees was enough to make Chen excited. This time, Chen opened a bigger hole, and the monkey wine flowed out faster. In less than 5 minutes, the second tree hole was finished. Chen did not care about the battle above. Moreover, he was almost certain that this was a trap set by the Monkey King. As for the goal, it should be to catch all the people who are eyeing the monkey fruit today. Moreover, Chen guessed that if he did not let the barbarian tiger lure the Monkey King, these barbarian monkeys would have taken the initiative to attack and cause chaos. PFFF! Chen went to the third tree hole and easily pierced it with his finger. However, this time, Chen did not find the monkey wine. This tree hole was empty. Nothing. Chen was startled. However, after thinking for a while, he understood. This thing was brewed by the Monkey King. If it was not there, then it must have been drunk. Therefore, he went to the fourth tree. However, Chen still did not find anything. There are 8 of them. I don't believe that all of them are gone. Chen did not believe it and moved towards the 5th tree root. PFFF! Following his finger, Chen felt the monkey wine again. His face lit up and he quickly collected the monkey wine. In the chaotic battle outside, there were more than 40 level 5 savage beasts gathered here. Among them, there were more than 10 level 5 savage beasts that were just 1 step away from level 6. Moreover, the entire battlefield had become extremely chaotic. The barbarian monkeys were no match for the Monkey King. At this moment, almost all of the barbarian monkeys had joined the battle. The pangolin, who had been holding back all this time, finally made up its mind. After it silently appeared from the ground, it suddenly leaped up and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the empty tree where there were only monkey fruits. Chapter 791. The monkey fruit was already at its mouth and could be swallowed in the next moment. Once it escaped and refined the monkey fruit, it would be able to step into level 6. The pangolin's eyes were already filled with pride and excitement. Boom! But at this moment, a sudden explosion was heard. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew the monkey fruit away. Seeing the monkey fruit that was about to enter its mouth being blown away, the pangolin was furious. However, it still borrowed the force and opened its mouth again. But this time, the pangolin did not close its mouth. A huge footprint fell from the sky and stepped on the pangolin's head. Then the pangolin felt a huge force coming from the top of its head. Then the huge foot stepped on it and it fell to the ground. Bang! After landing, another explosion was heard. The pangolin's head was crushed by the foot. Its huge body struggled a few times before it stopped moving. Dead. A level 5 pinnacle pangolin was stomped to death, just like that. The entire battlefield also paused for a moment because of this loud sound, because of this magnificent move that annihilated the enemy. All the foreign savage beasts looked at the owner of the foot that stomped the pangolin to death. It was a tall barbaric monkey. The red fur on its body was extremely pure, without any impurities. Its eyes were not black like a normal barbaric monkey's, but crimson red like flames. Its body was emitting a tyrannical aura that far surpassed any other savage beast. When all the savage beasts felt this aura, their bodies could not help but tremble. Level 7. It was actually level 7. The barbaric Monkey King had finally appeared. And it was level 7. It stomped a level 5 pinnacle pangolin to death. The barbaric Monkey King's cold eyes swept across the rest of the savage beasts. Its crimson eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although it had just broken through, level 7 was still level 7. It was extremely powerful. After the barbaric Monkey King appeared, 3 level 6 barbaric monkeys walked out from the mountain. When these 3 barbaric monkeys appeared, they did not hide the murderous intent in their eyes. The level 5 pinnacle savage beast's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, they finally realized that they had been tricked. The barbarian Monkey King did not die. It had broken through, and all of its previous weakness was a facade that it had deliberately created for them to see. They had been thinking about the monkey fruit for a long time. In the past, when the barbarian Monkey King was at the peak of level 6, they did not dare to make a move. However, in the last battle, the barbarian Monkey King had suffered heavy injuries and was on the verge of death. After observing it for a year, they concluded that the barbarian Monkey King was dead. Only then did they remember the monkey fruit. But not only did he not die, he even made a breakthrough. With the appearance of the barbarian Monkey King and 7 level 6 barbarian monkeys, this battle was obviously impossible to continue. Thus, the group of barbarian beasts started to madly flee. Protecting their lives was the most important thing right now. The barbarian Monkey King had calculated everything for the sake of exterminating all of them. How could it possibly let them escape? It jumped several tens of meters high and several hundred meters away. Then, with a stomp of its large foot, the large python that had many scars all over its body was trampled to death by the barbarian Monkey King. This was a ferocious and brutal fellow. He actually used his feet to fight, and he would trample one to death with each jump. After trampling the large python to death, the barbarian Monkey King jumped towards the barbarian Wolf King and stomped down on its head, crushing it. The group of barbarian beasts started to flee in fear, but all of the barbarian monkeys started to cheer and squeak, expressing the excitement in their hearts. Before Zichin could finish collecting the monkey wine in the 5th tree hole, a loud rumbling sound came from the ground. After this rumbling sound, the ground sank into silence, and the previous frequent tremors disappeared. Zichen's expression changed. He guessed that the barbarian Monkey King had appeared, so he prepared to flee. However, in accordance with the principle of not wasting, Zichan decided to release all of the monkey wine before leaving. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to seal this place, and the monkey wine would be wasted. Soon after, Zichen heard the rumbling sound again. This rumbling sound was accompanied by mournful screams, and at the same time, a group of barbarian monkeys were cheering. This is the Barbarian Monkey King's massacre. It seems that the Barbarian Monkey King is very strong. I have to leave as soon as possible. Zichen's expression became extremely serious. Soon after, he heard the barbarian tiger's roar. This roar was warning Zichen to run for his life. Zichen smashed the tree root with a punch, and the monkey wine flowed out crazily. Soon, all of the monkey wine was collected. After that, Zichen went back the way he came. However, when he reached the first tree hole, he released his spiritual sense. After releasing his spiritual sense, Zichen saw the tragic death of the pangolin and its fatal wound. He had a better understanding of the Barbarian Monkey King's battle strength. He continued to spread his spiritual sense and found the empty monkey tree and the 12 shining monkey fruits. At this moment, a group of barbarian monkeys were under the monkey tree, looking up at the Barbarian Monkey King's massacre. After the Barbarian Monkey King stomped down one by one, the number of level 5 barbarian beasts was obviously reduced. Opportunity, this is an opportunity. The attention of the barbarian monkeys was focused on the Barbarian Monkey King, so they didn't notice the monkey fruits. This was an opportunity for Zichen. Without any hesitation, Zichen decided to seize this opportunity. In his abdomen, elemental energy began to surge, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. In a flash of light, Zichen spread his wings and arrived at the top of the monkey tree. His speed was comparable to teleportation. At this moment, Zichen's entire body was glowing. The elemental energy, surging around his body, would naturally expose him in an instant. However, he didn't care because he had already arrived at the monkey tree and beside the monkey fruits. The next step was naturally to pluck the fruits. The only thing left was to see how many Zichen could pluck in a short period of time. With lightning speed, Zichen plucked a monkey fruit and put it away. Then he went to pluck the second one. Just as his hand reached for the second monkey fruit, the barbarian monkeys below noticed him. Suddenly seeing a winged barbarian, the barbarian monkeys were startled. While they were still in shock, Zichen plucked the second monkey fruit. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Seeing the monkey fruit being plucked, the barbarian monkeys began to cry out in alarm. Their voices were filled with panic and anger. Then the barbarian monkeys leaped up and rushed towards Zichen. Boom! The elemental energy around Zichen's body surged, forming a wave of elemental energy that spread out in all directions. The barbarian monkeys that were rushing towards Zichen were instantly sent flying by this wave of energy. During this time, Zichen plucked the third monkey fruit. The barbarian monkeys' panicked cries attracted the attention of the other barbarian monkeys. After turning around, their gazes landed on Zichen almost immediately. This was because the light surrounding Zichen's body was too dazzling. It was dazzling and piercing to the eyes. The level 6 barbarian monkeys and level 5 barbarian monkeys rushed towards Zichen with extreme speed. When the barbarian king, who had just trampled a level 5 pinnacle barbarian monkey to death, saw Zichen, its scarlet eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Especially when it saw that Zichen had already plucked the third monkey fruit. It immediately abandoned the other barbarian beasts and leaped towards Zichen with extreme speed. This leap was a few hundred meters high and a few hundred meters away. In just a few leaps, it would be able to reach Zichen. The elemental energy in Zichen's body continued to surge. After repelling the second wave of barbarian monkeys, he plucked the fourth monkey fruit. After putting away the fourth monkey fruit, Zichen began to flee. Swoosh! What Zichen displayed was his extreme speed. Moreover, it was a speed enhanced by the heavenly lightning wings. The group of barbarian monkeys leaped up and launched attacks, but all of them were dodged by Zichen. After that, Zi-Chin soared into the air and flew away. This scene was naturally seen by the other barbarian beasts and barbarian monkeys. When they saw a barbarian that could fly, their eyes were filled with astonishment. However, their speed did not decrease at all. Naturally, barbarian tiger saw Zi-Chin and also saw Zi-Chin plucking the monkey fruit. It was so excited that it could not control itself. It could only let out a tiger's roar towards the sky to express its excitement. However, the tiger's roar was only halfway through when it suddenly stopped. Zi-Chin, who was relying on his extreme speed to escape, was suddenly stopped in midair. The thing that stopped Zi-Chin was a large foot. It was the barbarian king's foot. This foot did not kick Zi-Chin's head. Instead, it kicked Zi-Chin's chest. Zi-Chin had used his elemental energy to form a protective barrier, but it was instantly shattered by this attack. Moreover, a huge force rushed into Zi-Chin's body, causing his bones to emit cracking sounds. This was caused by the excessive force. Fortunately, Zi-Chin's perfect body was strong enough and his bones were strong enough to block this terrifying attack. However, the force of the blow was so strong that Zi-Chin's body flew backward and smashed into the ground. Even a peak level 5 barbarian beast was killed by the barbarian king's attack. The barbarian beasts did not think that a barbarian could survive, even if he could fly. However, in the next moment, the barbarian king, who was smashed into the ground, flapped his wings again and soared into the sky. The barbarian king did not die. All the barbarian beasts, including the barbarian monkeys, widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. However, the barbarian king seemed to have expected this. After it landed on the ground, it charged towards Zi-Chin again. Still coming. A cold light flashed in Zi-Chin's eyes. The heavenly thunder wings on his back flashed again. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning, twisting and turning in the air as he dodged. Zi-Chin could fly, but the barbarian king could only jump. The reason why the barbarian king was able to hit Zi-Chin was because Zi-Chin had been dodging the attacks of the other powerful barbarian monkeys and was not prepared. Now that Zi-Chin was prepared, it was impossible for the barbarian king to hit him. While in the air, the barbarian king borrowed the force of the barbarian king's attack twice, but failed to hit Zi-Chin. Under the influence of gravity, the barbarian king's body began to fall to the ground. Zi-Chin took advantage of this opportunity to kick the barbarian king. Of course, Zi-Chin did not use his true body to kick the barbarian king. Instead, he used his elemental energy to create a jumbo footprint. This jumbo footprint directly landed on the barbarian king's head. The barbarian king tumbled a few times before landing on the ground. Although it did not cause much damage to the barbarian king, it still made it look extremely miserable. Goodbye. Zi-Chin's face was filled with unconcealable pride. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. The barbarian king was extremely unwilling to give up. It kept jumping and chasing after Zi-Chin. However, not to mention that it was only a level 7 beast. Even a level 9 beast would not be able to catch up to Zi-Chin, who could fly. After flying for 1,000 meters, Zi-Chin suddenly descended from the sky. Just when the barbarian king's face was filled with joy, thinking that the barbarian king would not be able to fly for a long time, it saw the barbarian king grab a barbarian tiger and fly up again. Moreover, the barbarian king's speed did not decrease in the slightest as he flew into the distance. Chapter 792. Man who was being carried by Zi-Chin as they flew at top speed. The sound of the wind whistling through the air made Man who feel great. The only problem was that the Monkey King was still chasing after them, and his wounds were bleeding profusely. Is there a need for that? Didn't I just take a few monkey fruits? You still have a lot of them. Zi-Chin couldn't help but roll his eyes. His face was extremely pale as he had consumed a lot of energy. This was mainly because his Yuan Li and spiritual sense had not been completely unsealed. If they were completely unsealed, Zichen wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He would even be able to enter the barbarian monkey's territory and harvest the monkey fruits. But now that the seal had not been broken, Zichen could only flee in the face of a level 7 Monkey King. The Monkey King was chasing after them relentlessly, and it was determined to kill Zichen and Man Hu. This made Zichen extremely unhappy. If this continued, the one who would suffer would definitely be Zichen. Therefore, Zichen no longer cared about his energy consumption and displayed his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was already far away like a bolt of lightning. After crossing over 100 miles, he left the Monkey King in the dust. Zichen didn't dare to stop when the Monkey King was nowhere to be seen. He flew for another 100 miles before putting down Man Hu. After putting down Man Hu, Zichen fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and Man Hu wasn't any better. There were many injuries on his body, and although they weren't fatal, they weren't light. Zichen felt a throbbing pain in his chest. It seemed like a few of his ribs were broken. Furthermore, he had consumed a lot of his yuan, li, and spiritual sense. After Zichen fell to the ground, he quickly swallowed a blood recovery pill and used his spiritual sense to circulate the blood recovery pill's vitality towards his chest. A cool feeling spread from Zichen's chest. Zichen's injuries were quickly recovering, but the elemental force and spiritual sense that he had consumed earlier were slowly recovering. Let's go and find a secret place. After their injuries were healed, the two of them went to find a safe place. 2 days later, Zichen had fully recovered his yuan qi and spiritual will. As for Man Hu's injuries, they were mostly healed and there wasn't much of a problem. 2 days passed, but the Monkey King didn't chase after him. It should have given up. Zichen and Man Hu were safe. Man Hu looked at Zichen expectantly, waiting for Zichen to take out the monkey fruit. Zichen didn't beat around the bush. He took out a monkey fruit and asked, "Can you break through with one?" Man Hu nodded as his eyes lit up. Zichen gave Man Hu a monkey fruit. After swallowing it, Man Hu squinted his eyes as he lay on the ground and began to refine the monkey fruit. Once the monkey fruit was completely refined, Man Hu would be able to reach level 6. While Man Hu was refining the monkey fruit, Zichen, who had nothing to do, decided to refine it as well. He wanted to break through as soon as possible, so he took out another monkey fruit. Zichen ate it without hesitation. The monkey fruit was extremely sweet, and its taste was similar to other spirit fruits. It was a rare delicacy. After entering his stomach, the juice of the monkey fruit turned into pure energy. This energy entered his body and fused with his meridians, bones, and blood. Zichen felt a warm feeling in his body, and his strength was clearly increasing. His bones, which were already extremely hard, became even harder after being nourished by this energy. In addition, the energy contained within the monkey fruit was also absorbed by his body according to the perfect body's circulation path. Not a single bit was wasted. Zichen's refining speed was much faster than Man Hu's. After refining one monkey fruit, Man Hu still hadn't finished refining it. But after refining one monkey fruit, Zichen strangely discovered that he hadn't broken through. His body strength had indeed increased, but he didn't break through to level 5. This scene reminded Zichen of the shocking consumption of yuan li when he broke through. Possessing pure yuan li and having combat power that far exceeded others also meant that the consumption of yuan li was greater than others. Zichen's perfect body was known as the strongest body among humans. If he wanted to let his perfect body grow, the price he had to pay was obviously higher. Without any hesitation, Zichen took out the second monkey fruit and swallowed it. The warm feeling in his body reappeared, and his meridians changed again. Zichen's strength increased again. After absorbing enough energy, Zichen could clearly feel the changes in his body. He could clearly feel the changes in his perfect body. After refining the second monkey fruit, His body finally broke through to level 5. A level 5 strength was much stronger than a level 4's. With every movement, Zi-Chen could feel the surge of energy. After breaking through, Zi-Chen didn't continue swallowing the monkey fruit. Instead, he looked at Man-Tiger. He was worried that if Man-Tiger couldn't break through, it wouldn't be right for him to swallow the last monkey fruit. When Zi-Chen opened his eyes, he discovered that Man-Tiger had also opened his eyes. Under Zi-Chen's spiritual senses, he discovered that there was also a surge of powerful energy in Man-Tiger's body. This was a level 6 energy. Man-Tiger had also broken through, but since he had just broken through, this energy wasn't stable yet. Going from level 5 to level 6 was an increase in realm. Man-Tiger's eyes were filled with excitement. With both of them breaking through, the next step was to adapt to the powerful energy in their bodies. With Man-Tiger as his training partner, Zi-Chen didn't have to deliberately find him. 3 days later, Zi-Chen familiarized himself with the powerful energy in his body. Furthermore, he knew the benefits of the monkey fruit. Zi-Chen was very concerned about the other monkey trees in the group of monkeys. During this period of time, whenever Zi-Chen was exhausted, he would drink the monkey wine. Just as Zi-Chen had expected, the monkey wine had a miraculous effect. It could instantly restore the energy in his body. However, Zi-Chen couldn't hold his liquor well, so he didn't dare to drink too much. If he drank too much, he would be drunk even if he recovered his energy. With level 5 and Man-Tiger at level 6, they were naturally not a match for a group of monkeys. Moreover, almost all of the level 5 beasts from before were dead. Before he had the strength to suppress the barbarian Monkey King, Zi-Chen wouldn't have another chance. Although there wasn't any heaven and earth spiritual chi in this world, there were still monkey fruits. According to Zi-Chen's experience, if there were monkey fruits, then there would naturally be other fruits that could increase one's strength. After adapting to the great power brought about by the breakthrough, Zi-Chen began to think about these strange fruits. During this period of time, Zi-Chen asked Man-Tiger about the things that could increase his strength. Man-Tiger first nodded, then shook his head. Man-Tiger only lived in this area, so he was familiar with the things within a few hundred miles. The most strange thing was the monkey fruit. As for the other things, Man-Tiger didn't know. I wonder how the Raven tribe is doing now. After staying here for more than a month, Zi-Chen's strength had increased again. There wasn't much point in staying here, so he decided to go back. But before he went back, Zi-Chen still had to hunt some savage beasts for the ravens as food. Of course, the majority of the food would be level 4 and level 5 savage beasts. Of course, if there were level 6 savage beasts, Zi-Chen wouldn't mind killing them. Unfortunately, there weren't any level 6 savage beasts within a few hundred miles. There were only monkeys. After that, he would go deeper into the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Man-Tiger was very happy when he knew that Zi-Chen wanted to leave with him. Moreover, Zi-Chen had the monkey wine and that strange blood essence. Man-Tiger was very interested in these things. So when he heard that Zi-Chen wanted to hunt some savage beasts, he volunteered to hunt for Zi-Chen. 1 man and 1 beast started to hunt in this area. This hunt lasted for 5 days until Zi-Chen decided that the meat was enough for the Raven tribe to eat for a year and a half. Just when Zi-Chen decided to go back, he felt Wu Man's call. It was the jade that Zi-Chen had given to Wu Man. Wu Man had broken it. This was something that could only be broken after something happened to the Raven tribe. Feeling the call, Zi-Chen knew that something had happened to the Raven tribe. So he stopped hunting savage beasts and returned with Man-Tiger. On the way back, Zi-Chen once again saw Man-Tiger, his former training partner. When Man-Tiger saw Man-Tiger, he immediately pounced on him and opened his mouth to tear him apart. "Stop!" Zi-Chen yelled to stop Man-Tiger. At this moment, Man-Tiger was pressing down on Man-Tiger. His body couldn't help but tremble. His eyes were filled with fear. Zi-Chen strode to Man-Tiger's side and looked at the terrified Man-Tiger. "Follow me," and I'll spare your life. Man, tiger, naturally had intelligence. After hearing this, it immediately nodded without hesitation. As a result, Chen brought Barbarian Bull along with him on his way back. This was something he had come up with on the spur of the moment when he saw Barbarian Bull. He really didn't want to kill him. Man Tiger was of no use to Chen. Chen brought Man Tiger with him because he wanted him to guard the Raven tribe. Moreover, with Chen's eyesight, he could see that Man Tiger was stronger than Heya from the Black tribe. With Man Tiger guarding the Raven tribe, Chen didn't have to worry. He decided that after dealing with the Raven tribe, he would leave with Man Tiger. Then he would visit the Black tribe and ask them about strange things that could increase their strength. At this moment, the Raven tribe, including Wu Man, were all trembling with fear. Many of them had fear written all over their faces. Even though Heya had a gentle smile on his face, he still scared Wu Man and the rest of the Raven tribe. Brother Wu Man, did you inform leader Chen? Heya asked with a smile. I did. Wu Man was still nervous. He couldn't help it. The Raven tribe only had one level 4 warrior, but the Black tribe had 10 level 4 warriors. Heya himself was only level 5. Leader Chen, did you not return from your training? Since he had nothing to do, Blackcliff asked. Wu Man shook his head. No. We went to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range several times to hunt, but we didn't see Leader Chen. I think Leader Chen must have gone to the deeper regions to train. You know how powerful Chen is. Training in the outer regions won't be of much help to him. When chatting with Heya, Wu Man only felt confident when he talked about Chen. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range was very dangerous. The beasts in the deeper regions were even more terrifying. While Wu Man was talking, he was still very worried about Chen. Chapter 793. A sound came from afar, and the ground began to shake. It seemed like a huge monster was approaching. A group of ravens quickly ran out of the square and saw a huge bull. The bull was more than 4 meters long and 2 meters tall. It was running at an extremely fast speed from afar. It seemed like it had been running for a long time. White smoke was coming out of its nostrils. There was a powerful force surging in its body. Every time it ran, the ground would shake. The bull was running in a straight line. The powerful force in its body made the ravens' faces change. At this moment, not to mention the ravens, even the 5th rank warrior Heya and the 10th rank warriors beside him had a change in expression when they saw Barbarian Bull. 5th rank! 5th rank Bull! Some of the 4th grade warriors cried out in alarm as they saw the Barbarian Bull approaching at an extremely fast speed. Their faces were full of shock. The other barbarians also had the same expression. The Barbarian Bull was rushing towards them in a straight line. It seemed like he was going to attack their encampment. If they were deep in the mountains, then the barbarians would have turned around and run away. But now, the Barbarian Bull was going to attack their encampment. There was no way they could retreat. Under the command of Wu Man, the ravens quickly took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Wu Man also took out his long sword and stood in front of the group with his sword in front of his chest. Heya! And the other 10 barbarians were standing not far away. Their expressions were constantly changing. No one knew what they were thinking. Just when everyone was on guard, a shocking tiger's roar came from afar. When the Barbarian Bull heard this tiger's roar, its body clearly trembled. It almost fell to the ground. A look of fear immediately appeared in its eyes. The tiger's roar entered everyone's ears, and the Barbarian Bull's fear entered everyone's eyes. Almost everyone's complexion changed in the next moment. They weren't able to fight against a level 5 Barbarian Bull, but they didn't expect that there was an even stronger one behind the Barbarian Bull. Shouldn't a 5th rank bull be in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range? Why is it here? A group of barbarians panicked, but they did not retreat because the barbarians in front of them did not retreat. When the bull was about 100 meters away from the barbarians, it suddenly stopped. It stood upright and breathed heavily. White smoke continued to come out of its nostrils. There were already 4 deep hoofprints on the ground. It seemed as if the charging bulls had received some kind of order. They stopped without any warning. The panic-stricken barbarians had a look of doubt on their faces. They didn't understand why the bulls had stopped. Then, a slight vibration sound came from afar. After this voice came from Barbarian Bull. Everyone's gazes swept past Barbarian Bull and looked behind them. Roar! Before they could see anything, they heard a tiger's roar that shook the heavens. After the tiger's roar, there was a turbulent king's aura. Barbarian Bull almost collapsed to the ground after feeling the king's aura, and his body was already trembling uncontrollably. This is the aura of a level 6 savage beast. Black Cliff's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. He had sensed this aura before in the deep mountains. It belonged to a level 6 savage beast. At that time, when he and his clansmen sensed this aura from afar, they ran away without saying anything. At this moment, when Black Cliff sensed the aura of a level 6 savage beast, he also had the urge to turn around and run away. Beside him, the 10 level 4 warriors were also frightened to the extreme. As long as Black Cliff gave the order, they would immediately run away. Just when everyone's expression was extremely complicated, a huge barbaric tiger finally appeared in the distance. It was like a king walking over from the distance. Its steps were slow but extremely elegant. This was the true appearance of a level 6 savage beast. However, when the barbarians saw it, they didn't panic. Instead, they relaxed a lot. Moreover, many of them were greatly relieved. That was because they had seen a familiar silhouette on the back of the 6th grade barbarian tiger. It was Chief Zichin. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of the barbarians, but their astonishment was soon replaced by excitement. They started to cheer. Man, who slowly walked forward with Zichin. When they walked past Barbarian Bull, the latter also followed behind them. However, he didn't dare to overtake them. In the midst of the cheering, the barbarians all came forward to welcome them. With Zichen's return, their hearts were filled with confidence. The fear they had for the Black Clan also disappeared. Patriarch Heiya's arrival with 10 level 4 warriors brought a lot of pressure to the Crow tribe. However, when leader Zichin came back, he was carried by a level 6 savage beast. This way of entering was much cooler than Heiya's. When the Crow tribe's barbarians came forward, Heiya and the others stood on the side. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. As the patriarch of the Black Clan, he had already overestimated Zichin and the outsiders. However, when he saw Zichin return with a level 6 savage beast, Heiya realized that he had underestimated Zichin. A group of barbarians surrounded Zichin. However, they were more than 10 meters away from him. It was obvious that they were afraid of the 2 savage beasts. Leader Zichin, you are finally back. A group of barbarians enthusiastically greeted Zichin from 10 meters away. Zichin glanced at the group of barbarians and nodded at them. Then he saw Heiya and the level 4 warriors he brought with him. Zichin slightly frowned and withdrew his gaze. Little Bull, come here. Zichin withdrew his gaze and said. Hearing this, Barbarian Bull came to Zichin's side from behind. He lowered his head and rubbed Zichin's shoulder with his horns, putting on an extremely flattering appearance. The other barbarians took a few steps back. They were afraid of Barbarian Bull. After all, Barbarian Bull was a level 5 savage beast, an extremely powerful one. Zichin pointed at the Crow tribe and said to Barbarian Bull, Little Bull, this is the Crow tribe that I told you about. These are the people of the Crow tribe. You must remember that from now on, you are the protector of the Crow tribe. Zichin did not deliberately suppress his words. Not only did Barbarian Bull hear it, but the other barbarians also heard it clearly. After Barbarian Bull heard it, He seriously looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and nodded to show that he understood. However, when the other barbarians heard it, they were stunned for a moment. Protector. Crow tribe protector. What is a Crow tribe protector? All the barbarians of the Crow tribe opened their eyes wide. They looked at Zichen and then at Barbarian Bull. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. However, there were still some who did not understand what a protector meant. Their faces were full of doubts. Not far away, Blackcliff and the others' faces changed when they heard this. When they looked at the barbarians again, their faces were filled with envy. Guardian, 5th level Guardian. The Raven tribe was really lucky. After introducing the barbarians of the Crow tribe, it was time to introduce Barbarian Bull. Zichen looked at the barbarians of the Crow tribe and said, "Everyone, this is Barbarian Bull, a level 5 barbarian beast. He is the protector that I found for everyone in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. The protector's meaning is to protect the Crow tribe. In the future, the safety of the entire Crow tribe will be managed by Barbarian Bull. If you are humiliated or threatened outside, you can tell Barbarian Bull and let him deal with it." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, Barbarian Bull nodded his head. The entire Raven tribe once again burst into cheers. In a flash, the Raven tribe was boiling with excitement. At this moment, they completely understood what Zichen meant. Now the Raven tribe had a rank 5 expert. Under Zichen's signal, the barbarians of the Crow tribe invited Barbarian Bull back. It was as if they were worshipping a god. Barbarian Bull, who had been bullied by Barbarian Tiger, was finally able to hold his head high. After the barbarians of the Crow tribe left, only Zichen and the barbarians of the Black tribe were left. Zichen looked at Heya and coldly asked, "I don't know why Patriarch Heya called me back so urgently." Since Barbarian Wu had crushed the jade pendant, it was clear that something had happened. However, the Crow tribe was fine and Heya was here. It was clear that Heya was looking for him. Zichen's words clearly contained dissatisfaction. Heya thought that he must have disturbed Zichen's training. Heya smiled and said, "Leader Zichen, this is your first time here. Do you know that in the world of barbarian beasts, there are things that can rapidly increase one's strength?" Zichen coldly laughed and said, "Are you talking about the monkey fruit?" Heya's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked again, "Leader Zichen also knows about the monkey fruit?" Zichen sighed and said, "I only found out a few days ago. It took me a lot of effort to get a few. I was almost killed by the level 7 Monkey King." Heya's eyes widened. The other barbarians of the Black tribe were also stunned. To be able to get a few monkey fruits from the hands of a level 7 Monkey King. Just how strong was he? You didn't really believe Zichen's words. He asked, "Leader Zichen, do you have any more of these monkey fruits?" Zichen shook his head and pointed at Barbarian Tiger and said, "No, we ate them. I didn't break through to level 5. He broke through to level 6. I was going to give one to Barbarian Bull, but we just broke through to level 5. Leader Zichen broke through to level 6. You looked at Zichen. If a level 4 Zichen could defeat him in one hit, then wouldn't a level 5 Zichen be even stronger? Not to mention, he had a level 6 savage beast by his side. Heya's expression began to change. "You told them to call me back just to ask me these boring questions?" Zichen asked in dissatisfaction. Heya quickly shook his head. "No, of course not. I came here to invite Leader Zichen to go with me to snatch a level up Fruit of Strength." "Fruit of Strength?" Zichen frowned and looked at Heya. "Yes." Heya nodded and said, "A level up Fruit of Strength is extremely rare even in the world of savage beasts." "A level up Fruit of Strength? How is that possible?" Zichen didn't look happy at all. Instead, his face was full of doubt. "Level up? You mean any level up?" Blackcliff smiled and said, "Leader Zichen, you must be joking. Although the fruit of power is magical, it's not that magical. This fruit is only effective for warriors below level 6. It's useless for warriors above level 6. Chapter 794. Hey, you didn't come to disturb them for no reason. He came to tell them about the fruit of might. It was a fruit that could raise a person's level. It just so happened that the fruit of might was very useful to Zichen. The two of them sat down in the room. Man, who was lying on the side, listlessly. He had already heard that the fruit of might was useless to those above rank 6, so he had lost interest in it. Hey, you sat on a chair that didn't fit him. He looked at the cup of green liquid in his hand. He couldn't calm down for a long time. The cup was the legendary monkey wine. Hey had only heard of it, but had never seen it, let alone tasted it. But now, there was a big cup of monkey wine in front of him. He was drooling before, but after hearing Zichen's introduction, he couldn't bear to drink it. This was a good thing for recovering strength. He couldn't bear to drink it, but he couldn't take it away in front of Zichen. Hey scratched his head as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He even forgot to mention the fruit of might. Zichen didn't rush him. He just looked at Heya. After a while, Wu Man walked in with a gourd in his hand. It was an ordinary gourd. The inside of the gourd was already hollowed out. If it was used to store wine, it could hold up to 2 or 3 pounds. Zichen took the gourd and poured the monkey wine in front of Wu Man and Heya. The monkey wine emitted a green light, and the fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. Leader Zichen, what is this? Wu Man asked curiously as he looked at the gourd that was about to be filled. The gourd was already filled to the brim. Zichen closed the lid and said, "Monkey wine." Wu Man's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. What? Monkey wine? This is monkey wine? Zichen nodded. Last time I found a group of monkeys and dozens of rank 5 beasts. I was lucky to get some. Zichen put the gourd on the table and pushed it towards Heya. It's not bad. Take it back and try it. Black Cliff's eyes widened, and his hands subconsciously grabbed the gourd. He seemed to realize that this action was not very nice and was beneath his dignity. He smiled, but he did not put down the gourd in his hand. Wu Man didn't understand why Zichen would give Black Cliff such a valuable item, but since the two of them were going to talk business, Wu Man left with his doubts. After receiving the gourd, Black Cliff calmed down a lot. If he hadn't seen Zichen fill the gourd with water with his own eyes, he would have poured the contents of the cup back into the gourd. After drinking the monkey wine, Black Cliff calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "This fruit of power is very strange. No one knows where it came from, and there is no pattern to its appearance. Sometimes it appears continuously, but sometimes it doesn't appear for thousands of years. Although it is a fruit, it does not grow on a tree." Zichen listened quietly and did not disturb him. Black Cliff looked at Zichen and said, "In the past, people didn't know what was going on. They often sent people to look for the fruit, but as time passed, they gradually found some clues." Zichen looked at Black Cliff and asked, "You mean this fruit of power is related to us outsiders?" Black Cliff's gaze fell on Zichen, so Zichen guessed. Black Cliff's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded and said, "Yes, the appearance of the fruit of power is related to you outsiders. It can also be said that this thing is tailor-made for you outsiders." Tailor-made fruit of power for outsiders? Zichen's curiosity grew. After a short pause, Black Cliff continued, "These fruits of strength can raise a person's level. This is something that defies the natural order of things. Moreover, if you consume them continuously, the effect will not be reduced. If your strength is not at level 1, but you obtain 6 fruits of strength and consume them all, then your strength will instantly break through to level 6. And level 6 is precisely the level that you outsiders can leave. 6. The fruit of power is a heaven-defying item, and so many appear at once." Black Cliff nodded again and said, Every time a fruit of power appears, there will be at least 6 of them. There is also a rumor that the barbarian god prepared these fruits for you outsiders. Zichen nodded. Regardless of whether what Black Cliff said was true or not, Zichen had to go take a look. Without the fruit of power, it would take at least a few years for Zichen's strength to break through again. However, before he decided to go, Zichen asked about the doubts in his heart. It seemed that a mere black tribe would not know about such a rumor, nor would they have the right to know. Black Cliff told him that the black tribe used to be a large tribe, but as time passed, they slowly declined. However, some secrets were passed down. Where is the fruit of power? Zichen asked. It is in the depths of the Cloud Mountain, more than 500 miles away from here. It would take 2 days to travel day and night. I got this information from the Wood Tribe, so it is absolutely reliable. Black Cliff said solemnly. Zichen knew about the Wood Tribe. It was the largest tribe within 1,000 miles, with more than 100,000 people. Black Cliff originally came to invite Zichen, but now that he had a gourd of monkey wine, he had no choice but to return to the Black Tribe. This kind of good stuff was better left in the Black Tribe. When Black Cliff was leaving, Zichen asked if he could wait a few days. Black Cliff said no problem because he was the first to hear the news and then came to inform Zichen. He guessed that it would take a long time before the fruit of power appeared. Black Cliff left with his tribe, and Zichen gathered the barbarians in the square. Then Zichen told everyone that he would be leaving for a while, and everyone was very reluctant. Then Zichen took out the harvest from the barbarian dragon mountain. Numerous level 5 and level 4 beast corpses covered the whole square. The barbarians were stunned because there were more than 20 level 5 beasts and even more level 4 beasts. These corpses were not only food, but also resources. With these corpses, the barbarians' battle strength would increase by a lot. After giving some simple instructions to Wu Man, Zichen returned to his room. For some reason, when Black Cliff told him that the fruit of power was related to outsiders, Zichen felt a sense of danger, as if there was some kind of danger. However, he was observing Black Cliff with his spiritual sense and found that he was not lying or deceiving him. The fruit of power, if there really is one, I must get it. But before that, it is better to make some preparations. Who knows, we might meet other outsiders. The outsiders who could enter this place were naturally powerful. If it was a human, then their battle strength would be at least at the level of a Hoteon warrior. If it was a demon, then it should be comparable to a dragon man. After returning to his room, Zichen sat down cross-legged. But this time he did not train his strength, nor did he comprehend any barbarian techniques. Instead, he focused all of his attention on breaking the seal. Spiritual sense and Yuan Li were Zichen's most powerful attacks. They were the foundation of his journey on the ancient road. Also, he had already sensed the arrival of outsiders, so he would break the seal whenever he had time. After his strength reached level 5, Zichen would break the seal at night, and Man who would protect him. Due to the presence of Yuan Li and spiritual thoughts, as well as the fact that there were 2 holes in the perfect seal, the subsequent process of breaking the seal was still difficult, but he didn't faint every time. If he followed the rules and slowly broke the seal, there would not be any danger. Also, as the holes in the seal became bigger, Zichen's speed of breaking the seal became faster. During the period of breaking the seal, Zichen did not need to eat or drink. So, Man who stayed outside of Zichen's room, and no one dared to approach him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As time passed, Man who was standing outside felt a pressure coming from the room. This pressure made him feel a sense of fear. In the end, there was a surging aura in the room. When Man who felt it, he was even more afraid than when he faced the Monkey King. This made Man who feel fear, and he had the urge to run away. This pressure lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, the pressure became stronger and stronger. In the end, even a level 6 man who could not breathe properly The other raven barbarians did not have such a big reaction because they did not dare to come close. 5 days later, Black Cliff came again, this time with 10 rank 4 warriors. But this time, the raven barbarians' expressions were a lot calmer. On the other hand, when barbarian bulls stared at them, their hearts would tremble. After hearing Wu Man's shouts, the pressure in Zi Chen's room slowly weakened. After a while, the door opened and Zi Chen walked out. The feeling that Zi Chen gave Man was that he was very normal. It was as if he did not have any fighting power. Not only was Man surprised, but He was also confused. Before, he could still feel the energy in Zi Chen's body, but now he could not feel it at all. It was as if Zi Chen had lost all of his fighting power overnight. Chief Zi Chen, I've received news that many tribes have already sent people over. Let's hurry up and leave. Surprise flashed in Heiya's eyes as he spoke. Yes, we can leave now. Zi Chen nodded. Afterwards, he told Man that he was leaving. A group of ravens came out to send him off. Before leaving, Zi Chen secretly left some monkey wine for Man. Barbarian Bull is not going. Heiya asked when he saw that Zi Chen only brought Man and not Barbarian Bull. Barbarian Bull's duty is to protect the Raven tribe, Zi Chen said. Heiya nodded and did not ask any more. After the group was a few miles away, Zi Chen's body began to emit a golden light. Then his body began to change in an instant. Zi Chen, who was originally the height of an ordinary person, instantly doubled in height. Moreover, his facial features also became larger as he grew taller. Chapter 795. The barbarians from the Black Tribe were stunned, and so was Man. However, he was big enough to carry Zi Chen even though he was 3 meters tall. Zi Chen had a premonition that he might encounter other outsiders during the search for the Fruit of Strength, so he changed his appearance. Black Cliff's face was filled with surprise. After a while he sighed. The outsiders are indeed extraordinary. They can even change their appearance. Then Black Cliff's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, Chief Zi Chen, I heard that all the outsiders can fly. Is that true? Zi Chen nodded. That's right. All of them can fly. Black Cliff's face was filled with curiosity. The other barbarians also turned to look at Zi Chen. Black Cliff asked again, just like a big bird. That's right, they can fly like a big bird, but they don't have the wings of a big bird, Zi Chen explained. Black Cliff sighed. As expected, all the outsiders are extraordinary and can fly. If they don't have the strange disease, they will be the symbol of invincibility. In our world, there are quite a few people who are not very strong but can fly. With your strength in our world, you can also be called a powerhouse, but that's only in our world. Anyone who enters this world is a true powerhouse. If they don't have that strange disease, their true battle strength is at least level 7 or 8. Zi Chen wasn't wrong about this. All the outsiders who came here were at least at the late primordial core stage. Even if they weren't, they would at least have the strength to fight. According to Zi Chen, Heiya was obviously more interested in the outside world. However, it was a pity that the barbarian warriors who could walk out of here had to be at least grade 8. It was impossible for Heiya to reach grade 8 in his lifetime. Zi Chen was also puzzled, so he asked, Are there no experts who can fly in this barbarian world? The only ones who can fly are the big birds, Black Cliff said. The world of barbarian beasts was very strange. Although there were birds that could fly, their realms were relatively low. Most of the birds were at level 1 or 2. Zi Chen hadn't seen a single level 5 or 6 bird ever since he entered the barbarian Dragon Mountain range. Barbarians can't fly even after they reach a certain level of cultivation, Zi Chen asked again. Black Cliff was shocked. He thought for a moment and said, There is. According to the legends, once a barbarian breaks through level 10 and reaches level 11, they will have the power to fly. Level 11? Aren't you warriors only at level 9? Zi Chen's face was filled with doubt. Black Cliff smiled bitterly, and said, "On the surface, there are only 9 levels, but in fact there are 10, 11, and 12 levels. Below level 9 is the strength of many people. Above level 9 is the strength of the legends. Until now, there has never been a level 10 warrior in the history of the barbarians." The realms of the barbarians were divided into 9 levels, which were equivalent to the 3 stages of the inner core realm. A 9th level barbarian was equivalent to the peak of the late stage of the inner core realm. Zi-chan guessed that a 10th level barbarian would be equivalent to the peak of the inner core realm, while 11th level barbarian would be equivalent to the human origin realm. It was already very difficult to reach level 10 in terms of physical strength, let alone the human origin stage. However, if a barbarian really broke through to level 11, there would be some strange changes in their body, such as the ability to fly. Zi-chin didn't dwell on the topic of flying. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Suddenly, Black Cliff let out a strange cry and said, "I remember now. There's a kind of thing that can fly by nature." "What is it?" Zi-chin looked at Black Cliff. "Dragon, Torvosaurus." Legend has it that the Torvosaurus race in the depths of the Torvosaurus mountain range can fly by nature. They can even ride the clouds and summon the rain. Black Cliff's face was clearly filled with excitement. Zi-chin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Another legendary thing. This made him lose interest. Moreover, dragons had an extraordinary meaning in the world that Zi-chin came from. They were naturally very powerful. 1 or 2 of these existences were extremely heaven-defying. Just like the Longhu sovereign, there was only one of them in the world. However, Black Cliff said that it was a race. This was too unbelievable. There really are Torvosaurus in the Torvosaurus mountain range. They are born with the ability to fly. Because they are too powerful, no barbarian has ever explored the entire mountain range. Seeing that Zi-chan didn't believe him, Black Cliff added, "Is that so?" A faint smile appeared on Zi-chan's face as he said, "Then we should go in and take a look when we have time. You outsiders are powerful and can fly. You can go in and take a look. However, we barbarians can't. My Black clan once had a peak level 8 ancestor who wanted to go in and find some resources to help him break through to level 9. However, he never came back after entering the mountain range. Later on, some experts went in to search for him, but none of them came back alive. It is said that the decline of my Black clan started from there." Black Cliff muttered as he explained the reason for the decline of the Black clan. A peak level 8 ancestor who went in and didn't come back. Zi-chen's expression slightly changed. Black Cliff's words really aroused his curiosity about the Torvosaurus mountain range. If he had the chance, he really wanted to go in and take a look. On the way, they passed by the barbarian god statue. Zi-chin signaled the team to stop and walked towards the statue. "Leader Zi-chin, do you want to go and learn a level 5 barbarian art?" Black Cliff asked from behind. Zi-chin nodded and didn't answer. "Leader Zi-chin, you don't have to go. The barbarian god statue here only allows you to learn level 4 barbarian art and below. If you want to learn a level 5 barbarian art, you must go to the barbarian god statue in the depths. That place is guarded by the Wood tribe." Black Cliff said loudly as he saw Zi-chin walking away. Zi-chin walked back and asked, "Only level 4 barbarian art? Why?" Black Cliff said, "The will of the barbarian god. He only gives level 4 barbarian art and below to the statues in the outer area. Level 6 barbarian god statue in the middle area is level 8 barbarian art and below. As for the real body of the barbarian god in the depths, it is level 9 barbarian art." Black Cliff's explanation was very mysterious, but when Zi-chin asked him what the will of the barbarian god was, Black Cliff said that he didn't know. "Leader Zi-chin, don't worry. We will pass by the barbarian god statue in the middle of our journey to the Cloud Mountain Range. But we need to take a few dozen miles detour. You can start learning when we get there. Black Cliff said. After that, the group continued on their journey. But after traveling for a few dozen miles, they found a group of barbarians. They seemed to be going to the Cloud Mountain Range as well. There were 6 of them. Although they were fewer than Black Cliff's group, they were all level 5 barbarians. Black Cliff's face turned ugly when he saw the 6 barbarians. Obviously, he knew them. The 6 barbarians also saw Black Cliff and stopped. They didn't hide the ridicule on their faces. When they saw Black Cliff's group of 11, the 6 barbarians were even more disdainful. But when they saw Zichin, they were slightly stunned. They then looked at Man, who seemed to be surprised. A level 5 barbarian said loudly, "Hey, isn't this Black Cliff? Are you also going to the Cloud Mountain Range to look for the Fruit of Strength?" The Fruit of Strength has no owner. If Mo tribe can look for it, why can't we? Black Cliff said very impolitely. If he met these 6 barbarians, he would naturally keep a low profile. But now he was standing next to Zichin. He was full of confidence. "Your tone is very strong, but I don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it because of those 10 trash beside you?" The level 5 barbarian said disdainfully. He deliberately ignored Zichin and Manhu. "I don't think I need to tell you where my confidence comes from," Black Cliff said indifferently. At this time, he also whispered to Zichin about the situation of the Mo tribe, being able to produce 5 level 5 warriors. The Mo tribe was naturally stronger than the Black tribe. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the Mu tribe. It seems like the plundering this time is mainly done by level 5 warriors. Maybe there will be level 6 warriors involved. Maybe there will be even stronger ones. If you bring a few level 4 warriors with you, it will be suicide, Zichin said after hearing the news. Seeing the 6 barbarians, Black Cliff knew that it was useless to take them with him, but he didn't dismiss all of them. Instead, he let 8 of them go back and 2 of them stayed behind. Seeing the 8 barbarians leave, Black Cliff turned around and followed Zichin. Zichin has been sitting on Manhu's back. When he passed by the 6 barbarians, he didn't look at them. Black Cliff followed closely and didn't pay attention to the 6 barbarians. The 6 barbarians were naturally angry. One of them shouted, "Stop, did I say you can go?" Unfortunately, Zichin and the others didn't care about them at all. After being ignored again, one of the barbarians couldn't take it anymore. He dashed forward, but he didn't block Heiya's path. Instead, he chose to block Zichin's path. He knew that Heiya, who was walking on the ground, had to listen to Zichin. Zichin frowned when he saw the barbarian blocking his way. Barbarian Tiger stretched out his claws. He didn't roar, nor did he release any of his energy. Instead, he stretched out his claws and slapped at the level 5 warrior. Although this attack was just a claw attack, it contained a lot of power. The 5th level warrior didn't have time to dodge and was hit in the chest. With a loud bang, the body of the 5th grade warrior was sent flying. As he flew, a red line of blood streaked across his body, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. After the 5th level warrior landed on the ground, he slid back a few meters. His mouth kept spitting out blood. The anger in his eyes had been replaced by fear. His chest was heaving up and down as he coughed out blood. It was obvious that he was breathing out more than he was inhaling. When the other 5 barbarians saw this, they quickly ran over. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear. They originally thought that this barbarian tiger was a level 5 savage beast, and that the young barbarian was at most a level 5 savage beast. However, Manhu's casual claw attack had left one of them half dead. They knew that they had provoked an existence that they shouldn't have provoked. Sure enough, in the next moment, Black Cliff coldly said, "How dare you block leader Zichin's path? You deserve to be killed by Manhu." The first barbarian didn't die, but as soon as Black Cliff finished speaking, his chest trembled a few times. He didn't even have time to breathe and died. When the other barbarians heard this, they were dumbfounded. A 6th level savage beast. This man, who was actually a 6th-level savage beast. After killing the first barbarian, man who didn't stop, and Zi-Chin didn't even look at him. Black Cliff proudly glanced at the 5 barbarians and followed them. This was just a small episode. After a day and a night, Black Cliff told them that they were about to reach the barbarian god statue. Chapter 796. There was nothing within a few dozen meters of the barbarian god statue. However, Zi-Chen saw the barbarians after he shifted his gaze. There were more barbarians than the Raven tribe, and there were also many tall buildings. Zi-Chen had already spread out his spiritual senses and found that the barbarians were very strong. The weakest of them was at least level 4, and there was no lack of level 5 warriors among them. Everyone gathered here because there were things to be traded. In other words, this was a market. The things to be traded were also strange, but most of them were from the savage beast family, including blood, flesh, and bones. Zi-Chin even found some intestines and other organs. Seeing that Zi-Chan was obviously stunned, Blackcliff explained, "This is a small market set up by the Wood Tribe. Originally, this market only revolved around the barbarian god statue to exchange for the blood essence of savage beasts. However, as time passed, more and more things could be exchanged." Zi-Chin and his group were undoubtedly extremely eye-catching, since they were riding on savage beasts. There were practically no weaklings among those riding on savage beasts. Hence, no one dared to casually provoke them. They would only give them a quick glance before looking elsewhere. Zi-Chen's group passed by the market. There was also a market inside the building, but it was a proper shop. There were herbs and special powders for sale. Zi-Chen glanced around, but he didn't find anything useful. Zi-Chen rode on Barbarian Tiger in a straight line, heading straight for the barbarian god statue. However, just as he was halfway there, another person blocked his path. It was a level 5 warrior. His eyes were cold as he blocked Savage Tiger and said, "If you want to comprehend the barbarian god statue, you need 10 drops of level 5 essence blood." The statue of the barbarian god was open to everyone, but the prerequisite was that they had to pay enough. Heya had told Zi-Chen about this before, but Heya had said 5 drops of level 5 essence blood. In this world, the currency was savage beast essence blood. 10 drops, not 5. Before Zi-Chen could say anything, Blackcliff said, "Last time I was here, it was 5 drops." The level 5 warrior glanced at Blackcliff with disdain. "When you were level 4, you only asked for level for essence blood. Every rank that came here would receive a different reward." This was what Blackcliff had said earlier. Zi-Chen sat on Barbarian Tiger's back and looked down at the rank 5 warrior. "How did you know that I am rank 5? And how did you know that I am not an ordinary rank 5 warrior? You even took twice as much essence blood." The 5th rank warrior didn't seem to have a good temper. He didn't answer Zi-Chen's question. Instead, he shouted, "Hurry up and take out 10 drops of blood or get lost." Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. Barbarian Tiger couldn't wait any longer and was about to stretch out his claws. Suddenly, cries of surprise sounded from all around. "Someone who can fly. Someone who can fly is here. Oh my God, there really is someone who can fly. An outsider who can fly." Cries of surprise rang out as everyone subconsciously looked behind them. This naturally included Zi-Chen and Man, who was about to reach out his claws. After turning around, Zi-Chen saw a normal-sized human flying over from the horizon. The aura around him was not suppressed at all. As for his spiritual sense, it was spreading out without restraint. The opponent's spiritual sense was weaker than Zi-Chen's, so Zi-Chen could clearly sense his reckless actions. This was a late-stage core realm human, and his battle power was at its peak. It was obvious that he had broken all the seals. His physical strength was only at level 1, which was 4 levels lower than Zi-Chen's. Just as this outsider was flying over, more figures appeared in the sky. These figures came from the ground, causing the ground to shake. The ground shook and savage beasts ran. A pack of savage wolves appeared in the sky. On the backs of all the savage wolves sat a barbarian. The leading savage wolf was a peak level 5 savage beast, and the person sitting on its back was also a powerful barbarian. It's the wood race. The wood race's team. Only the wood race can tame a pack of savage wolves in this area. Before Manlang and the outsider arrived, the exclamations of the surrounding people revealed their identities. In front of them, the level 5 warrior who was blocking the way was also looking at the incoming team with a fanatical expression. 10 drops of blood essence. Here, Zi Chen took out a small stone bottle from his chest. There were 10 drops of level 5 blood essence inside. Zi Chen did not want to reveal his identity, nor did he want to interact with the outsider. He planned to leave after learning the barbarian arts. Unexpectedly, the level 5 warrior took the stone bottle and sneered. 10 drops are not enough. Give me 10 more. He was taking advantage of the fact that the wood race was here to raise the price and bully Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen did not want to have a conflict with the outsider, so he took out 10 more drops of essence blood. The level 5 warrior took the bottle and snorted, signaling Zichen to go over. When the group of barbarians and the outsider arrived, Zichen rode the savage tiger towards the barbarian god statue. Zichen did not want to cause trouble and deliberately avoided this scene. However, Zichen did not know that he was the only one who was moving in the market. Not only did the outsider see him, but even the barbarian riding the savage wolf also looked at Zichen. However, the outsider was looking at Zichen. He used his powerful spiritual sense to scan Zichen. Although he did not find anything special about Zichen, he felt that there was something strange about this barbarian. On the other hand, the wood race barbarians were looking at Zichen's mount, Savage Tiger. It was obvious that Savage Tiger was more imposing than the savage wolves. Although a pack of savage wolves was mighty, it was not as cool as a savage tiger. Savage Tiger came to the barbarian god statue, but it did not go up. It was obvious that it was unhappy with the pressure from the statue. Zichen jumped down from Savage Tiger's back and walked towards the altar. He looked at the barbarian god statue. This time, Zichen did not release his spiritual sense. However, the familiar feeling that the barbarian god statue gave him once again appeared in his heart. Soon, Zichen felt the fluctuations from the statue, and a level 5 barbarian spell appeared in the air. From the moment he walked up to the altar to the moment he understood the barbarian spell, Zichen only used a few breaths of time. This scene not only shocked the barbarians, but also the outsider. Although he only had a level 1 physique and did not have the right to understand the barbarian god statue, he still knew a little about understanding the barbarian god statue. Others would need a few days to understand the barbarian god statue, but Lin Fan only needed a few breaths of time. At this moment, Zichen did not know that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, everyone's expression became very interesting because of his instant comprehension. He has a level 6 Savage Tiger as his mount and can understand the barbarian spell so quickly. What an interesting fellow. The outsider smiled. What? You said that Savage Tiger is a level 6 savage beast? The leader of the wood race, who was sitting on the back of a level 5 savage wolf, asked in surprise. He originally thought that Savage Tiger was a level 5 savage tiger. The other barbarians on the level 4 savage wolf also looked at the outsider. I can still sense mistakes. The outsider's face was filled with disdain as he said, It's just a level 6 savage beast. Do you have to be so surprised? After recovering from his illness, the outsider's strength was extremely terrifying. Since he was the leader of the wood race, they naturally believed in his judgment. The leader of the wood race clicked his tongue and said, He has a level 6 savage beast as his mount. How strong is he? The outsider smiled and said, "He's a very interesting fellow. He's only a level 5 warrior, but he can tame a level 6 savage beast. I'm also very curious." "Only level 5? The barbarians from the wood race were surprised when they heard this. Then their eyes flashed and their minds became active. One of them asked carefully, "How long will leader Amo-chan take to deal with him?" When the outsider named Amo-chan heard this, he extended a finger, and his expression was extremely relaxed. "One move." The barbarians from the wood race were surprised. At this moment, they were only concerned about how to deal with Savage Tiger's master. They did not think about how Savage Tiger's master could tame Savage Tiger. Amo-chan shook his head and said, "It's not one move. It's just one finger. It's just a level 5 savage beast. I can deal with it with one finger." The barbarians from the wood race were even more relieved. Zi-chen did not know that trouble had already come knocking on his door. He saw that the situation was not good, so he brought the two of them and blended into the crowd. At this moment, the other barbarians didn't move at all. All of them were looking at this side. Just a moment ago, the outsider didn't deliberately suppress the conversation between the Wood Tribe's people. So, they clearly heard the conversation. They also knew that a fierce battle was about to begin after the barbarian tiger's master finished comprehending. Of course, it could also be a one-sided battle. It could also be a battle that could end with one finger. In Zi-chen's mind, he was practicing the level 5 barbarian technique. The movement technique in his mind was similar to the movement technique in the air. When the movement technique in his mind was similar, Zi-chen's movement technique in his mind evolved again. It was evolving towards perfection. When Zi-chen evolved the level 5 barbarian technique to its peak, he cut off the connection between himself and the movement technique in the air. Zi-chen opened his eyes and looked at the statue of the barbarian god. The familiar feeling lingered in his mind. Zi-chen could not find it, so he could only give up. But when he turned around, Zi-chen found that everyone was looking at him. With a sweep of his gaze, Zi-chen saw many expressions of schadenfreude and pity. His heart skipped a beat as he knew that trouble had come knocking on his door. Zi-chen pretended that nothing had happened and walked down the altar. Before, he could continue to sit on the back of the savage tiger. A level 5 barbarian quickly walked towards him. Before he reached Zi-chen, the barbarian shouted, "Hey, how much are you selling your savage tiger? Name a price." Zi-chen's expression was still indifferent as he said, "Not for sale." The level 5 barbarian raised his voice and said, "I'm from the wood race. Name a price. I promise that I won't bargain." While they were talking, the level 5 barbarian walked in front of Zi-chen. Zi-chen frowned and said coldly, "Not selling. Isn't it just a level 5 savage tiger? It's nothing valuable. How about we give you 100 drops of level 5 blood essence?" The barbarian did not give up. When he reached Zi-chen's side, he casually patted the savage tiger. Chapter 797. The barbarian slapped man whose butt. Zi-chen frowned, but didn't say anything to stop him. Of course, he didn't stop the barbarian, but he didn't stop man who. This was because man who wanted to fight back. Sure enough, before the barbarian's slap landed, man who had already reacted. He turned around and stared at the barbarian with a pair of cold eyes. His huge tiger claw had already landed on the barbarian. Pum! This blow landed on the barbarian's head, and a huge force surged out. The barbarian's body trembled for a moment, and then he was sent flying backwards. After flying for 7 to 8 meters, the barbarian's head suddenly exploded. White blood splattered everywhere. Some even splashed on the altar. A level 5 warrior was killed by man who in a single slap. Everyone was shocked by man whose strength. They also knew that this man and beast had offended the Wood Tribe. They didn't have long to live. Sure enough, in the next moment, a group of Wood Tribe barbarians arrived. Zichun and Man, who were already half surrounded. All the barbarians stared coldly at Zichun. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The leader of the Wood tribe walked forward. He was still sitting on the back of the barbarian wolf. He pointed at the corpse and said, "We are just here to make a deal with you. If you don't want to, then just say it. Why did you have to kill him? Young man, don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Although his words sounded casual, the Wood tribe leader's anger had already been ignited. That was a fifth-rank warrior. He had wanted to provoke the other party and provoke him into attacking so that they could swarm him together. But now he had been killed with a single slap. Zichun looked at the barbarians and sneered in his heart. Zichun had seen this kind of trick many years ago. Even though he knew that the barbarians were looking for trouble, Zichun wasn't going to back down. He smiled and said, "Then I'll compensate you." "Little guy, how are you going to compensate me for the life of a level 5 warrior?" the leader asked again. During this time, the outsider named Emo-chin stared at Zichun as if he was waiting for a good show. "My savage tiger is a level 6 savage beast. In my opinion, a level 6 savage beast is more valuable than a level 5 warrior. However, seeing that one of your people died, I won't haggle over that 1 or 2 drops of blood. 100 drops, I'll compensate you with 100 drops of level 5 blood essence," Zichun said. Zichun's words, they were clearly mocking the barbarians. After hearing this, the surrounding barbarians were enraged, and their killing intent became even stronger. "Young man, it seems that you don't admit your mistake." The leader's face became gloomy. After a while he said, "How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I don't want the 100 drops of level 5 blood essence, but since one of our people died, we can't just let this go. Considering that you still have your people, I'll be magnanimous. Compensate us with the barbarian tiger, and we'll let this go." Zichun chuckled. "Haha, you're really magnanimous. Anyway, the one who killed the barbarian tiger wasn't me. If it wants to, you can take it away at any time." After Zichun finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. It was clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. After the barbarian tiger heard this, it opened its mouth and let out a tiger's roar. This tiger's roar carried the dignity of a level 6 beast. When the level 4 and 5 barbarian wolves heard it, their legs went soft and they knelt down on the ground. More than half of the 20 barbarian wolves had already fallen. The barbarians on top of them were also rolling on the ground. Although the level 5 barbarian wolves didn't fall down, their bodies were trembling. The leader of the Wood tribe shouted at Zichun, "You're courting death!" Zichun sneered as Man Tiger continued to roar. After the second roar, many more barbarian wolves fell down in fear. "Enough! Make this beast shut up!" the leader of the Wood tribe shouted. The other barbarians were also in a sorry state, but they didn't dare to attack Man Tiger. They still remembered how Man Tiger killed their comrade with a single slap. Man Tiger opened his mouth and was about to let out the third roar, but at that moment, a terrifying pressure fell on his body. Under this pressure, Man Tiger's roar was forced back. The pressure came from an outsider. When Man Tiger saw the outsider, fear appeared in his eyes. He subconsciously took a few steps back and stood beside Zichun. The outsider looked at Man Tiger with a mocking gaze. The pressure around him didn't weaken at all as he laughed. "Go on, keep roaring." Man Tiger's fear became even stronger, but Zichun didn't feel anything. He just looked at the outsider indifferently. "Humph, kneel down." The outsider's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he shouted coldly. Seeing that Man Tiger couldn't hold on any longer, Zichun suddenly snorted and took a step forward. Boom! A golden light flashed around his body as the energy in his body surged. The ground started to tremble as the energy surged. The outsider's pressure was instantly pushed back. Withdrawing his pressure, Emo Chen's gaze landed on Zichun once again. There was a hint of surprise on his face. Zi-Chin looked at Emo-chan and asked, "What do you want?" Emo-chan smiled and looked at Zi-Chin. "Little guy, it's not what I want. It's your mount that killed someone. What do you want?" Zi-Chen's face was a little ashen. It seemed like he was the victim here. Previously, he had been cheated of the savage beast's blood essence. Now, they were deliberately looking for trouble, but the other party was acting as if he was in the wrong. Zi-Chin looked at the other Wood Tribe barbarians and asked, "What do you want?" The Wood Tribe barbarians had already stood up during this time. Many of them were still covered in dust. A Wood Tribe barbarian coldly said, "Either leave this mount behind or pay with your life. Otherwise, not only will you have a hard time in the future, even your clansmen will have a hard time." Zi-Chen's face turned cold. "So you are threatening me?" "Yes, we are threatening you. Not only are we threatening you, but we are also threatening your tribe," the Wood Tribe barbarian said. A smile suddenly appeared on Zi-Chen's face. "Do you know how I deal with people who threaten me?" "How do you deal with them?" the barbarian subconsciously asked. The smile on Zi-Chen's face suddenly disappeared. He coldly said it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zi-Chen had already transformed into a streak of golden light and stepped forward. In practically a single step, he arrived in front of the barbarian and punched out. Bang! The barbarian's chin was hit. His entire body was sent flying. The level 4 barbarian wolf beside him was also sent flying by Zi-Chen's kick. Zi-Chen's attack was as fast as lightning. After his successful attack, he flashed towards the second barbarian. The barbarian and his barbarian wolf were sent flying by Zi-Chen's attack. This time the barbarian and the beast were sent flying for dozens of meters. They almost crashed into an open-air stall. The other barbarians finally reacted after the two barbarians were sent flying. They shouted and started to attack Zi-Chen. Facing so many attacks, as long as they weren't fatal, Zi-Chen didn't bother dodging. He either punched or kicked. He would either send a barbarian flying or a barbarian wolf flying with a kick. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out. In front of Zi-Chen, the usually extremely powerful barbarians were unable to withstand a single blow. There were also some who had their bones shattered by Zi-Chen's fist when they clashed head-on with him. In front of the perfect body, these level 5 warriors couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all sent flying by Zi-Chen. While Zi-Chen was attacking man who was watching the show from the side, he didn't care about loyalty at all. "Stop!" the leader of the Wood Tribe shouted. Zi-Chen had already defeated half of the barbarians and barbarian wolves. In the distance, the others were all stunned. They never thought that this barbarian with man who would be so powerful. Zi-Chen retracted his fist and kicked a barbarian wolf flying. He then looked at the leader of the Wood Tribe and asked, "What do you think of this?" The leader of the Wood Tribe was so angry that his nose became crooked. Just as he was about to teach the barbarian a lesson, Emo-chan finally spoke. He had been smiling the whole time. When he saw the barbarians flying, his expression didn't change much. He walked towards Zi-Chen with curiosity in his eyes. "You're an interesting little guy, but let's stop here." Then, Emo-chan pointed at Zi-Chen and smiled. "Do you know what this means?" "You're going to pick your nose," Zi-Chen said. Zi-Chen's answer made Emo-chan feel like he was suffocating. Many of the barbarians in the distance almost laughed out loud. They all thought that Zi-Chen was too weird. How could he guess that he was going to pick his nose? Emo-chan was clearly unhappy after being teased by this barbarian. He coldly snorted. "It's one move. No, not one move. It's one finger. I can deal with you with just one finger." "Is that so? Then I'd like to see it." Zi-Chen looked at the barbarian's finger and said, "But if you can't deal with me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter." Emo-chan was even more unhappy after being haggled by this stupid barbarian. But out of confidence, he coldly said, Okay, but don't worry. I'll definitely kill you with one finger. Good. Everyone can be my witness. If you can't kill me with one finger, then let's forget about today's matter. Zi-Chun raised his voice, but obviously he didn't get any response. Emo-Chin was truly enraged. He shouted, "Enough, you stupid barbarian. Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the elemental energy in abdomen surged crazily. Then a powerful force gathered at his finger. In the next moment, his outstretched finger began to emit a dazzling light. Initially, Zi-Chan thought that the other party must have some kind of special finger might, like his lightning finger or finger bone. However, looking at the other party now, he realized that the other party had completely infused his origin power into his fingers and was purely attacking. This kind of action was really underestimating Zi-Chin and Zi-Chen's perfect body. Zi-Chin sneered in his heart. In the next moment, he had already made his decision. After that, Zi-Chin clenched his fist and combined the barbarian techniques in his heart. Then he punched out. Chapter 798. The golden fist collided with Emo-Chen's glaring fingertip, causing a loud explosion. A visible shock wave spread out in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in fright. Emo-Chen's finger slowly began to bend in the midst of the surging power. Emo-Chen had a calm expression on his face, as if victory was within his grasp. But when he felt the powerful force surging out from his opponent's fist, his expression immediately changed. Just as he sensed that something was wrong and tried to pull back his finger, it was already too late. Zi-Chen's fist was like a hot knife through butter as it directly bent his opponent's finger. Under the force of the punch, the bent finger let out a cracking sound and was actually broken. Zi-Chen's fist broke Emo-Chen's finger bone, then hit Emo-Chen's fist. After a loud bang, Emo-Chen's body was sent flying. Emo-Chen was sent flying for more than 10 meters, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Only one of his fingers dangled as if it had no bones, and his face was gloomy and distorted. He had previously said that he would kill his opponent with one finger, but now his finger bone was broken because of his carelessness. The surrounding barbarians were already stunned. The outsider was known as an extremely powerful existence, but today he had suffered a loss at the hands of this barbarian. Zi-Chun withdrew his fist, and the golden light around his body disappeared. He looked at Emo-Chen in front of him and said, "You shouldn't even be at the first level of strength, but you were able to block my 5th level strength. You really live up to your reputation as an outsider." Zi-Chen's words obviously came from the bottom of his heart, but in the ears of the crowd, it sounded more like a taunt. Emo-Chen's gloomy face also became ferocious because of Zi-Chen's words. But before he could say anything more, Zi-Chen continued, "I blocked your finger attack, so today's matter is considered over. There's so many people here who can bear witness to this. Although part of the reason is because you underestimated me, I'm still alive, so I have to keep my word. I believe that outsiders are more trustworthy." Zi-Chen's words were much more pleasing to the ears. As an outsider, Emo-Chen naturally couldn't continue to cause trouble for Zi-Chen. At the very least, he couldn't cause trouble for Zi-Chen in front of so many people. The gloomy expression on Emo-Chen's face slowly disappeared. He fixed his gaze on the barbarian, who was not stupid and was even very tactful. It seemed that he would definitely suffer a loss today, but he was unwilling to accept it. "I've already finished learning the barbarian spells. I still need to find the fruit of power, so I won't disturb you." After Zi-Chen finished speaking, he was about to leave with Man Hu. Previously, Emo-Chen's expression was still a little hesitant. However, after he heard Zi-Chen's words, he made up his mind. With a plan in mind, he coldly snorted, and his expression quickly became calm again. As for the severed finger from before, it was also rapidly recovering under the nourishment of the elemental energy. "Friend, may I ask which tribe you are from?" Seeing that Zi-Chun was about to leave, the Wood Tribe leader suddenly asked. Chen turned his head and looked at the Wood Tribe leader. There was a meaningful smile on his face as he said, "Raven Tribe." The Wood Tribe leader nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He thought about it for a while and deeply remembered the name of this tribe. After that, Chen turned around and signaled Manhu to leave. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Then 7 or 8 barbarians were running towards them. While running, they were constantly shouting, "It's him! He is the one who killed our Mo clan members. Damn you! Stop right there! You who is riding Manhu! Stop!" The barbarians were from the Mo clan. There were 8 of them. 6 of them were level 5 warriors, and the other 2 were level 6 warriors. Previously, they had split into 2 groups. The group of 6 was the fastest. However, they didn't expect that they would suffer such a big loss. So, they decided to meet up with the level 6 warriors. "Leader, it's him. It's that guy's barbarian tiger. He killed Mo Li in 1 hit." A barbarian pointed at Chen and shouted. Chen had stopped and looked at the incoming Mo clan members. His face slowly became gloomy. It seemed that today was not a good day to go out. There was always trouble coming to him. The 2 level 6 warriors were walking in front of the Mo clan members. The leader of the 2 Mo clan members was surprised to see the Wood Tribe members. He nodded to the Wood Tribe leader. Apparently this was a greeting. Then his eyes fell on the outsider. There was a touch of curiosity and fear in his eyes. However, he didn't stay for long. His eyes fell on Chen. Chen looked relatively young, and his height was shorter than the adult barbarians. He could be regarded as a young barbarian. "Brother Mu, I am going to deal with some things. I will catch up with you later," the leader of the Mo clan said as he passed by the Wood Tribe leader. The Wood Tribe leader nodded and didn't say much. However, after the group of Mo clan barbarians passed by, his expression became strange. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the other barbarians around them saw that these 8 barbarians were looking for trouble with the barbarian riding the tiger. Even the powerful Wood Tribe and the outsider had suffered a loss in the hands of the other party. They couldn't understand how these Mo clan members could get back their face just by relying on 2 level 6 barbarians. But don't forget that they also had a level 6 barbarian riding the tiger. The 8 Mo tribe barbarians did not stop midway and directly walked towards Chen. Along the way, no one came out to ask for the blood essence of the savage beasts, and the 8 barbarians also had a confident look on their faces, so they did not notice the strange expressions behind them. In the process of moving forward, the leader of the Mo clan glanced at Chen and asked, "Are you the one who killed Mo Li?" "It's me. What do you want?" Chen looked at the other party indifferently. "Sure enough, the younger generation will surpass us in time. You are still so arrogant after killing someone." The leader of the Mo clan's eyes flashed with cold light. There were 8 of them, 2 level 6 warriors and 6 level 5 warriors. Even if the opposite party was a level 6 warrior, they could still deal with them. Even if they couldn't deal with them, at least they would be in an invincible position. It was with this idea that the Mo clan members were ready to get back their face. While they were talking, the 8 barbarians had dispersed. The leader of the Mo clan stood opposite to Chen. The other 7 barbarians were on the side. They were ready to attack Manhu at any time. Chen's voice was colder. "You are looking for trouble." The leader of the Mo clan corrected him. "I am looking for an explanation." "Well then." Chen nodded and then jumped down from Manhu's back. He looked at Manhu and said, "You see, people have already divided up. I will fight 1 barbarian, and you'll fight 7 barbarians." Manhu roared and seemed to be very dissatisfied with this division. "Okay, let's end this quickly. Don't you feel uncomfortable being watched like a monkey show?" Chen's words were a little impatient. Being ignored like this, the Mo clan members were angry, especially the leader of the Mo clan. He even shouted and was about to signal everyone to fight. However, before he could even shout, Zichen had already moved. Just like before, Zichen took a step forward. Golden light surged around his body, and the fused berserker art appeared once again. The terrifying force of his fist surged forth. On the other side, Man, who also rushed to the only level 6 warrior among the 7 barbarians. The battle broke out in an instant, just when some barbarians were guessing how long the MO clan members could last. One of the 2 battles had already ended. The leader of the MO clan was punched by Zichen on the chin. The strong force directly hit the opponent, and on the way back, there were a few big teeth mixed with blood spurting out from the opponent's mouth. This scene was very similar to the previous one. The only difference was that Zichen sent a level 5 warrior flying, but this time he sent a level 6 warrior flying. There was a difference between level 5 and level 6, but under Zichen's punch, there was no difference. The battle on Zichen's side ended quickly. On the other side, Man, who also used all his strength to push back the level 6 warrior. Under the tiger's claws, the other 6 level 5 warriors were also sent flying. On the way, 2 of them were killed by Man, who because they were too weak. This was the difference in level. For Zichen, level never represented combat power because he had a perfect body. But for other barbarians, level was combat power. There was no problem for a level 6 barbarian to kill a level 5 barbarian. Not to mention, Man, who was not an ordinary barbarian. He had swallowed the monkey fruit and refined the ancient beast's blood essence. The battle began and ended so quickly. Most of the people around were still in shock and did not react. Zichen had already sat on the back of Man, who, when he left, he said to the head of MO clan, who was in shock, "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" After that, without waiting for the leader of the MO clan to answer, Man, who had already stepped up and left, leaving a group of people in a daze. Interesting little guy, but he only has level 5 strength. Even if he is extraordinary, it's nothing. Just when everyone was shocked by Zichen's combat power, Mo Chen, who was an outsider, showed a faint smile on his face. The leader of the Mu clan sighed and said, "It seems that we are right to be fully prepared. We haven't even gone to the Cloud Mountain, and we have already found such an unusual person. It seems that this battle for the fruit of strength is not something that ordinary people like us can participate in." After comforting the leader of the Mo clan with a few words, the Mu clan set off. Before setting off, the outsider Mo Chen took the lead and flew into the air. When he flew above Zichen, he suddenly stopped and said to Zichen below, "Little guy, I wish you can come back alive." Zichen looked up at Mo Chen and said, "I also wish you to get more fruits of strength." Mo Chen snorted and sped up, so he didn't hear what Zichen said. Not long after, Zichen saw Haya and the other 2. After nodding at the 3 of them, the group went on their way again. In the team to snatch the fruit of strength, there was not only an outsider, but also a powerful barbarian, which made the Mo clan lose confidence. But the fruit of strength hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Once they get it, it means that there will be another level 6 warrior in the clan. So after gritting their teeth, they continued to move forward. Chapter 799. Cloud Mountain Range was just like its name. The entire mountain range was filled with clouds. Not only did it block vision, it even suppressed spiritual sense. Sensing that his spiritual sense was suppressed within 100 meters, Zichen's expression slightly changed. Obviously, there was something strange about these clouds. Usually there isn't so much clouds in the Cloud Mountain Range. Now there's so many that we can't even see the path. The fruit of strength must be about to appear. Seeing this scene, Heya didn't panic. Zichen stood outside the mountain range. He looked at Heya and asked, "You mean there isn't so much clouds here?" Heya shook his head and said, "No, originally there was almost no clouds in the periphery. Usually, only the inner part of the mountain range has clouds. Generally, people hunt beasts in the periphery. No one dares to enter the depths. The fame of the Cloud Mountain Range is not any less than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Oh, is it possible that there is an existence stronger than the Barbarian Dragon here? Zi-Chen's face had a touch of curiosity. Black Cliff nodded and said, "That's right. Not only is it stronger than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range, it is much stronger than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that the Barbarian God used to train in the Misty Cloud Mountain Range. The danger level of the Misty Cloud Mountain Range is even higher than the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. Legend has it that the Misty Cloud Mountain Range is where the Barbarian God used to train." While the two were talking, the barbarians appeared in the distance. The Wood tribe had already entered the mountain range. Following them were the original Ink tribe. When they came from the Ink tribe, there were 9 of them. Now there were only 6 left. 3 of them were killed by Barbarian Tiger. When the 6 of them saw Zi-Chen from afar, their faces changed. They took a detour and entered the Cloud Mountain Range from another place. They deliberately avoided Zi-Chen. Before the Mo tribe, people stepped into the Cloud Mountain Range. Another group of barbarians appeared on the horizon in the distance. Zi-Chen spread his spiritual sense and perceived the strength of the group of barbarians. They were all at level 5 or level 6, and there were more than 30 of them. Obviously, other forces came after hearing the news. Their purpose was to obtain the fruit of strength. These forces didn't walk together. Moreover, when they looked at each other, they were full of vigilance. Zi-Chen entered the clouds and mist. His spiritual senses were instantly suppressed within 100 meters, and he could only see things within a dozen meters. In addition, there was also an oppressive aura in the clouds. The moment the level 6 Savage Tiger entered, he let out a low growl. His emotions became unstable, as if he was not used to this place. Originally, there were savage beasts in the periphery. Now that our vision is obstructed, we can't see anything. Please don't let any savage beasts appear. Black Cliff prayed after realizing that his vision was severely obstructed. "Follow me, but don't stray too far from me," Zi-Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Black Cliff and the 2 level 4 warriors moved closer to Zi-Chen. A mournful cry was suddenly emitted from within the clouds. This cry did not last for long before it suddenly came to a halt. Black Cliff's expression instantly changed. The other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Clearly, when the scream ended, it meant that this powerhouse had died. Zi-Chen's expression didn't change as he continued forward. After a few 100 meters, the group saw a pool of blood that hadn't dried up yet. Next to the pool of blood were some pieces of meat that had been chewed up. Black Cliff's face was pale as he said, "It's not that one. It should have died before. The corpse is gone. It must have been eaten by a savage beast. Let's continue," Zi-Chen said in a deep voice. During this time, his spiritual senses had been spread out to 100 meters away, observing every movement in the surroundings. Suddenly, an object appeared in Zi-Chen's spiritual senses. This object was like a cloud and was extremely fast. It was like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for them. Along the way, it didn't make any sound. Even the clouds weren't affected. Pum! Zi-Chen took a step forward and arrived beside Black Cliff. He punched out with his golden fist. With a loud bang, the unknown object was sent flying by Zi-Chen. When Zi-Chen's fist landed on the object, he felt that it was soft as if he had hit a ball of meat. The powerful force was almost halved in an instant. The remaining force could only send the object flying, but it couldn't kill it. After this punch, Zi-Chen clearly saw the object's appearance. It was a small beast with soft white fur that was less than a meter long. It looked similar to a monkey in the human world, but its mouth had extremely ferocious and cold fangs. Black Cliff also saw the appearance of this small beast and immediately exclaimed, "This is a cloud savage beast that was born in the clouds. Damn it, Shouldn't this kind of thing be in the depths? Why did it suddenly appear here? Black Cliff's face was filled with fear. The cloud savage beast was clearly coming for him. Almost no one dared to go to the depths of the Cloud Mountain Range. The reason so many people didn't set foot there was because of the existence of these cloud savage beasts. In the clouds, their speed was comparable to lightning, and their attack power was also very sharp. In the clouds, these cloud savage beasts were almost invincible. Let's go. After sending the cloud savage beast flying, Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He continued to move forward. With his spiritual senses, he could detect the cloud savage beast's movements in advance, so he didn't have to be afraid. After being sent flying by Zi Chen, the cloud savage beast immediately fled. It was quite decisive. On the way, Zi Chen encountered another 2 cloud savage beasts and sent them flying with great force. Hearing the screams coming from the clouds, Black Cliff was very glad that he came with Zi Chen. If he came alone, he would have died many times over. As for how long it would take for the fruit of strength to appear, Black Cliff didn't know. All he knew was that the fruit of strength would appear here, but he didn't know if it was halfway or the deepest part of the Cloud Mountain Range. Screams and roars could be heard from time to time. Along the way, Zi Chen also found half of a barbarian wolf's corpse. After advancing for a few hundred miles, the clouds gradually thinned out. Everyone's vision was able to reach up to 50 meters away, and Zi Chen's spiritual senses could also reach up to a few hundred meters away. Along the way, the group didn't encounter any more cloud savage beasts. However, as they went deeper, Man Who became more and more irritable and restless. He kept roaring, but unfortunately, no one could understand what he was trying to say. After advancing for a few dozen miles, they discovered that there were no clouds at all. The blue sky gave them the illusion that they were in the outside world. Just when Heya was suspecting that they had already passed through the Cloud Mountain Range, he heard Man Who's roar. Soon after, Man Who's rank 6 power started to fade away, dropping from rank 6 to rank 5. Zi Chen's eyes flashed. He didn't think that there would be a suppression in this place. Black Cliff and the other 2 were also shocked. Man Whose roar was only due to fear, and he didn't feel any pain. After his cultivation was suppressed to rank 5, he got used to it, and his irritable mood slowly improved. At the same time, Zi Chen's spiritual senses detected the presence of other people. They were just a few miles away. When Zi Chen's group arrived, there were already a few dozen cloud savage beasts gathered here. Originally, they were either rank 6 or rank 5, but after the suppression, they were all rank 5. Dozens of barbarians had gathered together in groups of 3 to 5. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked around. There was also a strong sense of hostility in their vigilance. However, they restrained themselves and didn't attack immediately. Among the group, the Wood Tribe was the strongest. They had more than 25th rank warriors. Although some of them had died along the way, there were still more than a dozen of them alive. Moreover, almost all of these people had barbarian wolves as mounts. The barbarian wolves were all 4th rank. More than a dozen of them together was not a weak force. The outsider, Mo Chin, was sitting on a large rock not far away. He had an indifferent expression, but when he saw Zi Chen arrive, he glanced at Zi Chen with disdain. When the barbarians saw that Zi Chen's group had 2 rank 4 warriors, their faces flashed with disdain, and they snorted at Zi Chen's group. In this forest, other than the barbarians, there were also many rank 5 savage beasts. They were either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. There were more than 20 of them. This was a huge rocky land. It was also the end of the blue sky. If they continued forward, they would reach the land of clouds. In addition to the clouds, there was a mysterious force that formed a barrier in front of them, preventing them from moving forward. Zi Chen's spiritual senses swept around and he withdrew. Since everyone was here, this should be the place where the fruit of power would appear. After Zi Chen arrived, He led Heya and the others to the side and sat down on a large rock. The fruit of power will appear here. After sitting down, Zichen looked around and found that many people had the same doubts as him. Looking around, other than the mountain rocks, there wasn't even a decent plant. How could there be a fruit of strength? Just by hearing the name, the fruit of strength should grow on trees. But there didn't seem to be any trees that grew fruits here. Zichen wasn't the only one who was looking around. The others were doing the same as well. Apart from a few who were calm, most of them were filled with doubt. After looking around to no avail, their gazes fell on the large rocks. Some of them even took out stone tools and started to knock on the rocks. Idiots. Looking at the barbarians who were foolishly knocking on the rocks, Mo Chen's mouth had a trace of disdain. He looked at them as if he was looking at a fool. Although the barbarians didn't find anything, the doubts on their faces didn't lessen. During this time, Zichen's spiritual senses also secretly swept a few large rocks, but it was to no avail. During this period of time, he also indirectly proved that his spiritual senses were stronger than Mo Chen's because Mo Chen did not notice him at all. Although it was partly because Zichen could sweep past him, it was more because Zichen's spiritual senses were stronger than Mo Chen's. Chapter 800. This pressure was a spiritual thought. It was extremely powerful, and it wreaked havoc on the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as the spiritual thought passed through their bodies. This naturally included Zichen and the outsider Mo Chen. Their expressions changed as soon as they felt this spiritual thought. Spiritual thoughts didn't exist in the world of savage beasts. It was impossible to have any spiritual thoughts except for outsiders. But now, not only did a spiritual thought appear, but it was also an extremely terrifying one. It was so terrifying that it could obliterate them. Zichen's spiritual thought was powerful. He deliberately emitted it, but Mo Chen didn't sense it. But this spiritual thought wreaking havoc was extremely flamboyant, overbearing, and terrifying. Zichen and Mo Chen were on guard in the face of this terrifying spiritual thought. The second thing they did was to release their spiritual thoughts to sense the location of this powerful spiritual thought. The sky suddenly split open, and a pitch-black space crack appeared in front of everyone. The crack was pitch black, and it looked like a giant mouth of the netherworld. The terrifying pressure was wreaking havoc on the crowd from the crack. The sky is collapsing. The sky is collapsing. Many barbarians cried out in alarm as they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with horror. Zichen and Mo Chen's gazes fell on the crack as soon as it appeared. With their knowledge, they could tell that this was a space passage that had been forcibly opened. How powerful must one be to be able to forcibly open a space passage? Many barbarians were horrified when the space passage appeared, but a small number of barbarians were full of expectation. In the distant memory of their tribe, the mysterious fruit of power had come from here. The space was split open, and a pitch-black passage appeared. But the fruit of power didn't appear. Instead, an extremely tall figure appeared from the pitch-black passage. The figure took a step out of the passage and stood in the air, overlooking everyone. Zichen and Mo Chen's complexion changed once again when they saw this tall figure. The other barbarian men also knelt down in fright when they saw the scene. Even the barbarian men who had been extremely calm a moment ago also knelt down in worship towards the void with a pious look on their faces. Barbarian God. It's the barbarian God. How is this possible? The tall figure walked out of the passageway with a terrifying aura surging around his body. All the barbarians were kneeling down in worship while the savage beasts were prostrating themselves on the ground. Facing the terrifying aura surging around the tall figure, all the savage beasts were frightened. Zichen almost cried out in surprise when he saw the figure that looked exactly like the statue of the god of berserkers in the sky. The other party looked like the barbarian god. and the aura around him seemed to have affected the entire Cloud Mountain range. In the barbarian world, only the barbarian god had such strength. On the side, Heya and the other two kowtowed to the shadow and called out to the barbarian god. Man, who lowered his head as much as he could and shivered. The god of berserkers represented the strongest person in the world of berserkers. He was an invincible god in the hearts of berserkers, and at that moment he was the only one in the world. Emo-chin had already stood up from the big rock. He activated the Yuan Qi around his body and looked at the opponent with fear. He was ready to defend himself. As for Zi-chin, he was staring at the god of berserkers. His face was filled with shock, but that wasn't the most obvious one. Zi-chen's face was filled with shock and confusion, because at the instant he saw the tall figure, Zi-chen felt as if he was looking at himself, or rather his future self. A sense of familiarity rose in his heart, and this feeling was no longer as ethereal, illusory, and unfathomable as when he was facing the statue of the god of berserkers. At that moment, Zi-chen could clearly sense the sense of familiarity, and he also instantly sensed the source of this sense of familiarity. The perfect body, the source of this feeling, was the perfect body. It was known as the strongest body among humans. The barbarian god also cultivated the perfect body, and it's the perfect body. This discovery caused a storm in Zi-chen's heart. The barbarian god stood in the sky and looked down. His emotionless eyes scanned the surroundings before landing on Emo-chin. During this time, the barbarian god only glanced at Zi-chin. However, Zi-chen could sense that the barbarian god had been observing him from the moment he appeared until now. The barbarian god's eyes fell on Emo-chin. The next moment, a powerful pressure was released from his body. Under this pressure, everyone felt as if they were frozen in place. They couldn't move their bodies anymore. The kneeling barbarians were still kneeling, and the savage beasts were still crawling. Only Zi-chin and Emo-chin were still standing. Under this pressure, everyone was motionless. Only their eyeballs could move. Bestow the fruit of power. The barbarian god opened his mouth high in the sky. His voice was loud and clear like a bell in everyone's mind. As he finished speaking, the barbarian god pointed at Emo-chin. A light appeared on his fingertip. Then the light grew bigger, brighter, and became extremely dazzling. After a breath, a round ball the size of a walnut was formed in front of the barbarian god's fingertip. After it was formed, it flew toward Emo-chin. The round ball was the fruit of power. It was the power condensed by the barbarian god. Emo-chin couldn't move. Being stared at by the barbarian god, he was extremely anxious and panicked. However, when he saw the fruit of power flying toward him, he relaxed and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The fruit of power turned into a beam of light and fell into Emo-chin's hand. This was a fruit of power. Once consumed, it could make a level 5 warrior break through to level 6 in an instant, or a level 5 savage beast break through to level 6. This was the most amazing thing in the world of the barbarians. It was also the most heaven-defying thing. 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers. The barbarian god pointed at Emo-chin 6 times. After the 6th finger, Emo-chin had 6 fruits of power in his hand. Once he swallowed and refined all of them, his physical strength of the 1st grade would reach the 6th grade. He would reach the limit of leaving this world. With 6 fruits of power in his hand, Emo-chin, who still couldn't move, had a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Now that he was a 1st grade warrior, he only needed to swallow 5 fruits of power to break through to the 6th grade. The last one was to repay the Wood Tribe. After the 6th finger fell, the barbarian god's gaze moved again. This time, he still didn't look at Zi-chin. Instead, he looked at the other barbarians and savage beasts. Then, the barbarian god pointed again. With every finger, a fruit of power fell into the hands of the barbarians. However, this time, the barbarian god didn't generously give out 6 fruits of power at once. He only gave out 1 fruit of power at a time. However, just 1 fruit of power was enough to make the person who received it overjoyed. It was worth mentioning that barbarian tiger, who was a 6th grade warrior, was lucky enough to receive a fruit of power. On the other hand, Heya and the other 2 4th grade warriors besides Zichen didn't receive a single fruit of power. As the fruits of power were distributed, Zichen was clearly anxious. Logically speaking, the barbarian god should have given them to an outsider like him first. However, he hadn't received a single fruit of power after giving out so many fruits of power. At this moment, Zichen seriously suspected that he had used the path of transformation of the perfect body to become a barbarian. Coincidentally, the barbarian god didn't notice and ignored him. Just as he was feeling extremely nervous and anxious, the barbarian god, who had distributed more than 10 fruits of power, finally looked at Zichen. Although Zichen felt that the barbarian god had been paying attention to him before this, perhaps it was just an illusion. However, the barbarian god was now really looking at Zichen. The barbarian god's eyes were still calm and emotionless as he looked at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was paying attention to the fruits of power, not whether there were any emotions on the barbarian god's face. It didn't matter if the barbarian god immediately cried when he saw Zichen. The most important thing was to give him the fruits of power. In the end, the god of berserkers finally pointed at Zichen while feeling all sorts of complicated emotions, such as anxiety, anticipation, and anticipation. Buzz! A bright light flashed, and a fruit of power condensed between the barbarian god's fingers. Then, it slanted and fell into Zichen's hand. Zichen already had 1 fruit of power in his hand, but he didn't give up. Because he was an outsider, according to the treatment, he should have 6. Even if he could only use 1, no one would complain about having too many of such a heaven-defying item. He could keep the other 5 and give them to the monk, the demonic ape, Xian'er or Longhu when he got out. In that case, a mere 5 fruits of power didn't seem to be enough to distribute. Fortunately, the barbarian god wasn't stingy. The 2nd finger pointed at Zichen. In a flash of light, the 2nd fruit of power was formed and fell into Zichen's hand again. At this moment, many barbarians were puzzled and curious when they sensed the scene. They didn't understand why this barbarian was different from the rest and got 2 fruits of power alone. After all, each barbarian had 1 fruit of power. However, after the 2nd finger, the barbarian god pointed a 3rd time, and the 3rd fruit of power fell into Zichen's hand. Then the 4th finger, the 5th finger, and the 6th finger. 6 fruits of power appeared in Zichen's hand. This treatment was comparable to that of an outsider. At this moment, apart from the 3 people who knew about Zichen's background, everyone else was extremely puzzled. They couldn't understand why a barbarian could be treated the same as an outsider. The same? The answer was naturally different. After the 6th finger, the barbarian god paused for about 3 breaths. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Then he pointed at Zichen again. 7 fruits of power. Zichen already had 7 fruits of power in his hand. He had 1 more than the outsider Emochin. Everyone was even more puzzled and puzzled. At the same time, they were also guessing the origin of this barbarian. How could he be more favored than an outsider? A hint of doubt also flashed in Emochen's eyes. But soon, this doubt turned cold. So what if he had 7 fruits of power? He had to be alive to eat them. Not to mention 7. Even if he had 8 or 9 fruits of power, so what? Emochin already had the intention to fight for them. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the barbarian god pointed a finger again. The 8th fruit of power was formed and fell into Zichen's hand. Then, the 9th finger pointed a finger again. After the 9th fruit of power was formed, it was also given to Zichen. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. But after the barbarian god pointed a finger again, they felt that their minds were in a mess. P.S. Yesterday, I found out that I have word OCD. I'm used to typing in Word and can't type a single word on other typing software. During this period, I downloaded 3 typing software and used many colorful versions, but none of them worked. I can only type in the pure white version of Word. Chapter 801. While the barbarian god was distributing the fruits of power in the deepest part of the barbarian world, the legendary barbarian god's true statue, a group of barbarians also received the fruits of power. The first ones to receive the fruits of power were 2 outsiders who had completely broken through the seal. Both of them were powerful and belonged to 2 superpowers in the deepest part of the barbarian world. One of them was the Earth race, known as the strongest power in the barbarian world. They had millions of members, and the strongest of them was a level 8 warrior. The other was the Fire race, which was second only to the Earth race. There were many powerful warriors in the Fire race, and they had a level 8 warrior as their leader. The true god of barbarian gods' true statue was guarded by these 2 powers. If the other powers wanted to learn the strongest barbarian art, they had to pay a sufficient reward. Besides the 2 outsiders, some of the surrounding barbarians also received the fruits of power. The situation was roughly the same as the Cloud Mountain. After the distribution of the fruits of power, the light on the barbarian god's statue faded away. Below the statue, the 2 outsiders looked at each other. Will you leave after you break through?" asked an extremely young-looking male outsider who was wearing a suit of armor. The outsider named Wu Yu was a young man. He smiled and said, "Before I answer you, I want to ask you, Qin Meng, will you leave?" Qin Meng was startled, and his expression changed slightly. He then smiled and said, "Leave? Are you kidding me? I've been on this ancient road for dozens of times. It's not easy to come across such a place. No matter what, I have to stay for a while and recuperate." Wu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Qin Meng paused and asked, "Wu Yu, we actually met on the same ancient road. I'm curious, how many ancient roads have you walked?" Wu Yu looked at Qin Meng and didn't answer immediately. "It's fine if you don't want to say. I'm just curious." Qin Meng didn't seem to care. Wu Yu said, "The 99 ancient road of trials. There's nothing to hide. I've already walked 5 or 8 of them." Qin Meng's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "What? You've already walked 5 or 8. That means you'll reach the first gathering place if you walk 1 more?" "That's right." Wu Yu nodded. Then he asked, "Why? Aren't you one?" Qin Meng paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I only walked 38 of the ancient roads. I thought you were the same as me, but I didn't expect you to have already walked 58. The expression on Wu Yu's face didn't change, and he said, "The ancient road is mysterious and unpredictable, and no one can say for sure what we will encounter during this period of time. However, I only arrived here on the 8th day, and you arrived here on the 8th day. Obviously, your talent and battle prowess are stronger than mine." Qin Meng shook his head and said, "On the ancient road, there is no competition of talent or battle prowess, only luck. Survival is the way of the king." Wu Yu smiled and said, "If we're talking about luck, you're better than me. You actually came earlier. However, I heard that there are 2 other outsiders in this world. I wonder how their luck is. Will they come earlier than you?" Hearing this, Qin Meng shook his head again and said, "That's not very likely. I think 38 is already the earliest. After all, I stepped on a first-tier ancient path back then." Wu Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh, a first-tier ancient path. Those who dare to enter that place are truly extraordinary existences. I was unlucky and was chosen to enter the second-tier ancient path." Then Wu Yu looked at Qin Meng and asked, "After your strength breakthrough, you won't be leaving soon, right?" Qin Meng looked at Wu Yu and said seriously, "I want to take a look at the barbarian Dragon Mountain range, so I specially invited you." When the 2 outsiders were talking, the other barbarians in the distance, didn't come close. The two of them seemed to be in a good mood, but in fact, they were both on guard against each other. After all, almost all the challengers on the ancient road were enemies. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range is a place with many legends. I also want to see if there are any barbarian dragons there. While talking, will you put away the 6 fruits of power? Good. After breaking through, we will enter together. As for the people of the Earth race, they will also cooperate with us. Chen Meng laughed heartily. Wu Yu also smiled faintly and said, I think the Fire race is also very curious about the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. I think they will definitely cooperate with us. After the discussion, the two of them returned to their respective tribes and began to refine the fruits of power to increase their strength. During this time, there was not a single battle caused by the fruits of power occurred. Cloud Mountain Range. When the 10th fruit of power was in Zi Chen's hands, everyone was in a mess. Their minds became more active, and some of them even had an extremely unfriendly look in their eyes. Under the pressure of the barbarian god, everyone still couldn't move. Therefore, the unfriendliness was either in their eyes or in their hearts. After the barbarian god gave Zi Chen the 10th fruit of power, he didn't give any more. The bestowment of the fruits of power was obviously coming to an end. The pressure that enveloped everyone was slowly weakening. The barbarian world will no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure completely dissipated, the barbarian god's voice rang out again. The meaning behind his words was extremely important. He actually said that the barbarian world would no longer have any fruits of power. After the pressure disappeared, all the barbarians once again knelt down. Those who received the fruits of power were kowtowing and thanking the barbarian god. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were praying. Even if they clearly heard the barbarian god's words and knew that the fruits of power would no longer appear, they still didn't want to give up on this last hope. After the barbarian god finished speaking, he didn't say a second word. His solid figure slowly dissipated in midair. The passage behind him also disappeared. After about 6 breaths, the barbarian god's figure disappeared and the sky returned to normal. The barbarians who were kowtowing stood up. Their expressions were different. Those who received the fruits of power were excited. Those who didn't receive the fruits of power were disappointed and resentful. They started to curse. But in the next moment, their gazes fell on Zi Chen. Then, they shifted their gazes from Zi Chen to Zi Chen's hand. They saw the 10 fruits of power that were emitting a dazzling light. Greed instantly spread from the bottom of their hearts to their faces. Many of the barbarians started to breathe rapidly. They didn't receive a single fruits of power and were extremely resentful. However, Zi Chen received 10 of them. This was extremely unfair. Zi Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest as he was stared at by dozens of greedy eyes. At this moment, he was thinking about the barbarian god's words. Of course, these weren't the majestic words, but the words that resounded in Zi Chen's mind when the barbarian god's figure dissipated. The fruits of power are very useful for increasing one's physical strength. They have extraordinary meaning for perfect bodies. Don't be in a hurry to break through. First, use the fruits of power to establish a good foundation. Wait until your potential reaches a saturated state before breaking through. To ordinary people, the fruits of power have restrictions, but these restrictions are useless against perfect bodies. Little fellow, I look forward to meeting you again. Upon hearing the barbarian god's voice transmission, Zi Chen was clearly taken aback. This was because the tone wasn't the strange tone of the barbarian world. Instead, it belonged to the outside world, the extremely smooth tone of the human world. However, before Zi Chen could figure out where the barbarian god came from, he heard heavy and rapid breathing. Many barbarians who had obtained nothing had already approached Zi Chen. The barbarian god disappeared and the fruits of power were distributed. Everyone's previously suppressed strength slowly recovered. Leader Zi Chen, Black Cliff, who had obtained nothing, saw the barbarians approaching. His face was instantly filled with fear. "Take your men and retreat." "Man, who, you retreat as well?" Zi-Chin said to Black Cliff and then to Man Hu, "The fruits of power are also useful to you. Swallow them first and find a chance to refine them." Zi-Chin said to Man Hu, "Leader Zi-Chin, be careful." Black Cliff and the other two began to retreat. Man Hu had swallowed the fruits of power, also retreated with the three of them. The sealed strength in Man Hu's body was also slowly recovering. His body was emitting the aura of a king. No one dared to provoke him. Zi-Chin had 10 fruits of power, so he didn't need to snatch one from Man Hu. The barbarians were approaching, while the outsider, Emo-Chin, stood in the distance and sneered. During this time, the Wood Tribe didn't try to get close to Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin glanced at the barbarians and said coldly, "If you don't have any fruits of power, then I can forgive you. But if you still want to come, then you are simply courting death." As soon as Zi-Chin finished speaking, the barbarians' expression changed. They were the ones who had obtained the fruits of power, but after their expressions changed a few times, they once again rushed forward. Not everyone was going to approach Zi-Chin. Some of them had already recovered their strength after obtaining the fruits of power and ran away. Apart from the barbarians, there were also some beasts that had obtained the fruits of power and ran away. A group of barbarians rushed toward Zi-Chin. Battle cries instantly sounded. Zi-Chin held the 10 fruits of power in his left hand. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards the incoming barbarians. Pow! Under the golden light of the fist, a barbarian was hit by Zi-Chin. This time his body did not fly backwards. Instead, it exploded under the violent power of the attack. The barbarian's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant. A dazzling fruit of power was caught by Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin blew up a level 5 barbarian warrior with a single punch. Moreover, this was a warrior with a fruit of power. Such a powerful battle strength shocked everyone. 2 of the barbarians sensed that the situation was not good. They wanted to retreat and run away, but they were already targeted by Zi-Chin. It was too late. Then Zi-Chin punched out 2 more times and blew up the 2 barbarians. There was no doubt that these 2 barbarians had fruits of power. Zi-Chin picked up the 2 fruits of power and said coldly, "I told you not to be so greedy, but you didn't listen." After blowing up 3 people with fruits of power with 3 punches, Zi-Chin now had a total of 13 fruits of power. However, his previous powerful battle strength could almost kill a level 5 warrior. This caused everyone to feel apprehensive. Although they wanted to obtain the fruits of power, their lives were more important. During this time, a few level 6 warriors were ready to make a move. Emo-Chin stood in the distance and sneered at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin didn't pay attention to these level 6 warriors who were trying to approach him. Instead, he looked at Emo-Chin and sneered. Then, Zi-Chin held the 13 fruits of power in his left hand. But in the next moment, a light flashed in Zi-Chin's hand and the fruits of power disappeared. Chapter 802. The fruit of power wouldn't disappear for no reason. Emo-Chin hadn't expected this. So, the sneer on his face froze in an instant. Emo-Chin stood up and stared at Zi-Chin. The disdain on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a dignified expression. If things were as he had guessed, then this trial taker of the ancient road had the qualifications to make him take him seriously. The restless 6th level warriors took a few steps towards Zi-Chin and stopped moving. The greed on their faces had been replaced by shock. They were shocked to see a human being who was much lower than the barbarians. This human had a common name in the barbarian world: outsider. This barbarian was an outsider. Moreover, he was an outsider who could change his appearance. The barbarians were shocked. Then, fear appeared on their faces. They began to move back carefully. The greed in their hearts had been completely suppressed by fear. There were too many legends about the outsiders, but each legend had the word powerful in it. The sixth-level warriors moved back carefully. They were afraid that the outsider would get angry and kill them. However, their worries were unnecessary. Ziqin didn't even look at them. You're an outsider. You're an outsider. Everyone on the Wood tribe's side was stunned by Ziqin's change. The chief of the Wood tribe cried out. The faces of the barbarians of the Wood tribe changed. They had offended an outsider. Fortunately, they had another outsider with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. Ziqin glanced at the barbarians of the Wood tribe. When the barbarian god had bestowed the fruit of power, 2 barbarians of the Wood tribe had been lucky enough to obtain it. Ziqin didn't remember who they were, but it didn't matter because the fruit of power had fallen into the hands of the chief of the Wood tribe. His eyes swept over the barbarians of the Wood tribe and finally fell on Emochen. Ziqin's face was full of sarcasm and ridicule. He hadn't revealed his identity before because he was worried that the fruit of power would target an outsider. But now that he had obtained the fruit of power, there was no need to continue hiding. I didn't expect that you were also a challenger of the ancient road. I underestimated you this time. Emochen looked at Ziqin with a dignified look. His words were cold. Emochen, right? Ziqin looked at Emochen and said coldly, You've taken a fancy to my fruit of strength. Just as well, I've also taken a fancy to yours. Let's fight to the death. Of course, if you're willing to hand over the fruit of strength, I can spare your life. Emochen's face twisted with rage as he shouted, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't see that you were a trial taker of the ancient road. However, if you want to steal from me, Emochen, dream on. I, Emochen, have been on the ancient road for more than 10 years, and I've walked through dozens of ancient roads. Usually, I'm the one who steals from others. Today, not only do you have to give me those 13 fruits of power, you have to leave behind your life as well. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogant words just now. Just as Emochen's cold voice faded, an extremely powerful aura gushed out from his body. This was the aura of a late primal core expert. After releasing his aura, Emochen's entire body began to glow. This was the light of origin energy, and it was actually extremely pure. Ziqin was clearly surprised. He hadn't expected that Emochen had been hiding something. This guy was clearly a heavenly warrior, but as for whether he was a Hotian or Xiantian expert, Ziqin didn't know. He couldn't tell. Amidst the cries of surprise, Emochen's body rose up from the ground. He stopped 100 meters above the ground and looked down at Ziqin, his entire body filled with killing intent. Seeing Emochen rise up into the air like the barbarian god, the crowd of barbarians cried out involuntarily, He could fly, he could fly. You've walked dozens of ancient roads to get here. It seems that your luck is very bad. I've only walked 3. Ziqin also rose up into the air. He began to release his aura. It was also extremely pure origin energy. He was also a heavenly warrior. The aura released by both of them formed an inexplicable pressure, 100 meters below the ground. Everyone felt their chests tighten and their breathing become difficult. What followed was obviously a fierce battle between outsiders. No matter if it was the barbarians or the savage beasts, they all retreated to the edge of the pressure. After hearing Ziqin's words, Emochen almost fell down from the sky. He had walked 3 ancient roads to get here. Was this strength or was it luck? It should be known that he had come out from a second-class ancient road. He had also entered the second-class ancient road voluntarily. But this challenger in front of him had actually walked 3 ancient roads to get here. What kind of ancient road was he? First class? This was almost impossible. After sensing that his opponent was only at the early stage of the primal core realm, Emochen relaxed. An early stage of the primal core realm naturally couldn't be an expert. He must have been lucky to be able to get here. The pure origin energy released by Ziqin surprised Emochen. I didn't expect you to be a heavenly warrior. Unfortunately, you're only at the early stage of the primal core realm. Even if you're a Xiantian realm warrior, you won't be able to leave here alive. Zichen chuckled and said, I wasn't sure if you were a heavenly warrior or not, but after hearing what you said, I'm relieved. Chen asked doubtfully, Relieved about what? Don't worry, I'll be able to kill you smoothly. If you were a Xiantian realm warrior, I'm afraid I would have to put in a lot of effort. Chen was furious. You're boasting shamelessly. We're 2 levels apart. Let's see how you'll kill me. Die. As he shouted, Chen flew towards Zichen rapidly. In the process of moving forward, he had already circulated the ultimate Yuan Qi in his body to the limit. He was going to use his strongest attack. After knowing that Zichen was an outsider, Chen didn't hold back anymore. The ruthlessness and decisiveness that he had cultivated on the ancient road also showed in the next moment. He used his strongest attack as soon as he attacked. Zichen sneered. The ultimate Yang Yuan Qi in abdomen started to circulate rapidly. Under the circulation of Yuan Qi, Zichen's body started to emit a golden light. The dazzling golden light was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. Zichen clenched his fist and shouted, Tyrannical Fist! The tyrannical fist was an ancient fist technique with extraordinary power. When Zichen threw this punch, not only did he use his origin energy, but he also used the strength of his level 5 body. This made the already terrifying punch even more terrifying when Zichen used his full strength. Boom! 2 beams of energy collided in the sky, creating a loud explosion. The 2 extreme energies collided, entangled, and reached a stalemate hundreds of meters high in the sky. After the loud explosion, a series of tremors spread out. The aftermath of the collision of the 2 extreme energies started to spread out. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated and rippled. Wherever the ripples passed, the tall trees and mountains instantly turned into dust. Even the barrier in the depths of the sky started to tremble. On the ground, many retreating barbarians were blown away by the shock waves. Their faces were filled with horror as they tried to escape. They were far away from the shock waves, but many of them were injured and vomited blood. If they were close to the shock waves, none of them would be able to survive. In the sky, after the first attack, Zichen and Chen once again closed in on each other. They continued to attack one after another. The collision of energy was like thunder, rumbling loudly. Both of them were Heaven Realm warriors. One of them had strength, but no realm, while the other had realm but no strength. The difference in their attacking power wasn't very big, so the winner couldn't be decided in a short time. However, under Zichen's continuous attacks, Chen was still at a disadvantage. But it was only at a disadvantage and he wasn't injured either. After one head-on collision after another, Chen's face became more and more gloomy. It seemed like this early-stage core realm warrior really had some extraordinary skills. After walking on the ancient road, Chen understood that it was unwise to fight head-on for a long period of time. Therefore, after another confrontation, Chen took the opportunity to retreat. After retreating for 1,000 meters, Chen started to form hand seals. Then, under the blinding light, a sharp blade appeared in the sky and slashed towards Zichen. After the close combat was over, it was time to use spells. Zichen naturally didn't want to be outdone. Extreme Yang reappeared in the sky, like a golden sun. A spell attack appeared and landed directly on the sharp blade. In the explosion of energy, the 2 spells dissipated, but the aftermath of the energy was still shaking. The ground 100 meters below had been destroyed beyond recognition. The barbarians and savage beasts had fled far away. The world of the barbarians was a world that focused on physical strength. In this world, other than the giant bird and the barbarian god, there was nothing else that could fly. All the attacks in this world were close combat. However, at this moment, the attacks from the two people in the sky had undoubtedly changed their worldview. Looking at the two's attacks, they felt like they were in a strange and bizarre world. He couldn't suppress his opponent with close combat, and he couldn't get the upper hand with spells either. Emochin knew that he had encountered an extremely difficult opponent. He didn't have any intention of hiding his strength. Before his energy ran out, he launched a powerful attack to destroy his opponent. Boom! The sky suddenly began to shake. Almost all of Emochen's Yuanli was released. The Yuanli stirred the void and turned into a giant energy dragon, rushing towards Zichen. This giant energy dragon was made of pure energy. In the outside world, it could kill a large number of people of the same level. However, if it wanted to kill Zichen, it was obviously a bit unrealistic. After launching the first energy attack, Zichen immediately launched the second style of the tyrannical fist. Hundreds of dazzling fist lights appeared in the sky and blasted towards the giant energy dragon. Hundreds of fist lights landed on the giant energy dragon, causing a series of explosions. Just as the fist lights dissipated, the giant energy dragon also crumbled. Endless energy surged in the sky. The energy light directly enveloped the two people. The barbarians in the distance couldn't see anything. Zichen, who was in the middle of the energy light, suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from behind. He didn't have time to think. He pointed his finger behind him. Chapter 803. Emochen's face was full of shock when he saw his powerful attack being blocked by his opponent's finger. His weapon was an extraordinary alchemy weapon, and it was a sneak attack. Emochen had used this move to kill countless existences on the ancient road, and he had also used it several times to resolve the crisis. But now the attack he was relying on was easily blocked by a finger. While his expression changed, Emochin swung his blade again, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Clang! His blade was blocked by his opponent's finger again, and a sonorous sound was heard. Zichen's fingertip emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura emerged. Emochin swung his blade 4 or 5 times, each of which was his strongest attack, but he couldn't break through the defense of his opponent's finger. It was the first time Emochin had seen such a tough and strange finger. His face was obviously flustered, and cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Looking ahead again, Zichen was looking at him coldly with a cold expression. After a dozen attacks, the violent energy around him had already dissipated. Emochin knew that it was useless to continue fighting. Therefore, he decisively turned around, put away his blade, and ran away. He had learned this from the ancient road. Otherwise, he would be the one to die if he stayed here. Want to run? Do you think it's realistic? Zichen said coldly. Light flashed on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. With a flap of the wings, Zichen turned into a silver cold lightning and chased after Emochin. Emochin, who was running away, looked extremely flustered, but if one looked carefully, they would see a trace of calmness in his eyes. Danger came from behind, and Zichen had already caught up. Emochin's flustered face suddenly flashed with a trace of madness, and he tightened his grip on his blade. Then he turned around and slashed down with his blade. Go to hell! Blade light flashed, and a dense killing intent swept through the world. This extremely stunning blade attack was infused with all of Emochin's power, and it was fiercely chopped toward Zichen. This attack was completely unexpected, and Zichen didn't even have time to react. Swoosh! Without putting up any defense, the blade light slashed down and easily cut open Zichen's body. A thin cut appeared on Zichen's body. Half of his body had been cut diagonally. In the distance, the barbarians who hadn't fled yet saw everything clearly. They opened their mouths wide in shock, and their faces were full of shock. The The person who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago had actually gained the upper hand in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he had slashed open his opponent's body, turning defeat into victory. The Mu clansman, who had been extremely nervous before, finally relaxed after seeing Emo-chin destroy the enemy. Fortunately, the powerful outsider was on his side. However, compared to the Wood tribe's relaxed expression, Emo-chen's frenzied expression instantly turned into one of shock. Amidst the shock, there was even a hint of fear. At this moment, even he could not tell whether what he had slashed apart was a clone or an illusion. In front of him, Zi-chen's body, which had been cut open, suddenly dissipated and turned into the chi of heaven and earth. Emo-chan was still in the posture of finishing his attack. His waist was half tilted, and his long blade was slanted to the ground. He was motionless, as if his body had been fixed. Even though he knew that he had slashed apart a fake figure, he still didn't make any effective response. Seeing the outsider's body suddenly disappear, all the barbarians were puzzled. They couldn't understand how a living person could disappear just like that. Even if the person was gone, the fruit of power should still be there, right? But the fruit of power was gone. What was even more puzzling was that after Emo-chin had killed his opponent, he didn't move at all. He didn't even move to put away his blade. He just stood there in the air, as if his body had been fixed. He didn't make any next move. Amidst the puzzlement, some people noticed that there seemed to be a cold light flashing in front of Emo-chen's chest. It seemed like a sharp weapon had pierced his chest from behind. As the cold light flashed in front of his chest, everyone saw drops of liquid dripping down. At first, the liquid was droplet by droplet. Then it formed a thin line and splashed onto a large rock below. Because the surrounding clouds had dissipated, many people saw the drops of liquid dripping on the rock from afar. It was actually red blood. Blood, it's blood. How is this possible? Just as the leader of the Mu tribe opened his eyes wide in disbelief and exclaimed, he heard even louder exclamations coming from all around. When he looked up at the sky again, he saw that Emo-chen had been lifted up by a long spear. The owner of the spear was the outsider whose body had suddenly disappeared. However, at this moment, the outsider had a pair of silver wings on his back. His expression was still as cold as before. Yu. Emo-chen hadn't died yet, but his strength had been completely suppressed by Zi-chen. Zi-chen could kill him at any time. Emo-chen's face was full of fear, and he seemed to be begging for mercy in the next moment. Bang! But at this moment, Zi-chen's spear trembled, and a wave of energy wreaked havoc in Emo-chen's body. Then Emo-chen's body exploded, and his spiritual sense was shattered. Emo-chen's body exploded into a rain of blood. During this time, there were 3 things floating in the air: a spirit ring, a pill weapon, and a yuan core. He was dead. The powerful outsider, Emo-chen, had actually been killed just like that. The Mu tribe's people were filled with terror. They hastily called over their barbarian wolves and miserably ran outside. They wanted to run out of this place and find reinforcements. That was because the Mu tribe's true experts were all outside. They knew that once they entered this place, their strength would be suppressed. While Zi-chen and Emo-chen were fighting in the depths of the mountain range, the outer regions weren't peaceful. There were few tribes guarding this place, and the Mu tribe was the most powerful. They were guarding this place, waiting to catch everyone else in one fell swoop. While they were waiting, 2 barbarians came from afar. They were both level 7 warriors. When they arrived at the Cloud Mountain Range, they started slaughtering the barbarians who were guarding this place. The barbarians couldn't defeat the 2 level 7 warriors even if they joined forces, so they started to run away. After a while, there were no more barbarians left except for the 2 level 7 warriors. The 2 rank 7 warriors didn't enter the Cloud Mountain Range. Instead, they stood guard outside. Once a barbarian came out, the 2 of them would ruthlessly kill him. After killing the barbarian, They would steal the fruit of strength from the barbarian. The level 7 warriors didn't have much use for the fruit of strength. Everything they did was for the sake of their tribe. The level 7 warriors snatching the fruit of strength was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After Zi Chen killed Mo Chin, he took the 3 things floating in front of him and descended from the sky. Below him, other than Heya, the other 2 level 4 warriors and Barbarian Tiger, there was no one else. Everyone was afraid of Zi Chen's strength, so they ran away first. Leader Zi Chen. Heya greeted him, but it wasn't hard to see the shock on his face. His voice was trembling, and the other 2 level 4 warriors couldn't help but tremble. Zi Chen nodded at the 3 and said, "Let's leave this place first." Zi Chen's tone was extremely calm, and there was no trace of fierceness in his tone. This allowed the 3 of them to heave a sigh of relief. Today they had finally witnessed the true battle prowess of the outsiders. Just as the rumors said, once the outsiders recovered from their illness, they would be invincible since they could fly. Other than an outsider who could kill an outsider, a barbarian wouldn't be able to kill an outsider. The Wood tribe has all escaped, Heya said after he calmed down. At this moment, Zi Chen was sitting on Barbarian Tiger's back again. Barbarian Tiger also sped up and ran outside. Zi Chen said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." Since the fruit of power had been bestowed, the mist in the cloud mountain began to dissipate. Although it wasn't dark blue yet, they could still see the path, so they were able to leave much faster than when they came. Behind Barbarian Tiger, the 3 level 4 warriors were also chasing. During this time, Zi Chen also released his spiritual sense and occasionally found 1 or 2 barbarians hiding in the forest, refining the fruit of power. But Zi Chen didn't try to steal the fruit, and these barbarians also didn't attack him. They immediately left after taking the fruit. When they were about to leave the cloud mountain, Zi Chen heard the roars of beasts and the miserable cries of barbarians. It's the roars of barbarian wolves. Could it be the Wood tribe? They were attacked, but who would dare to attack them here? Heyu exclaimed. Zi Chen released his spiritual sense and saw what was happening outside. The 2 level 7 warriors were crazily slaughtering the Wood tribe. As for the leader of the Wood tribe, he had already turned into a cold corpse. In addition, there were many barbarian and beast corpses in the surroundings. Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as this thought suddenly popped up in his mind. A black dog eating a black dog. The Wood tribe members were completely terrified. They didn't dare to fight back, so they urged the barbarian wolves to speed up. But the level 7 warriors were not only powerful, but they were also very fast. Even after they sped up, the barbarian wolves couldn't keep up. Miserable cries of both humans and beasts continued to ring out. Every time a scream rang out, it meant that a person or beast had died. Just as Zi Chen and his group walked out, all the barbarians in the area were killed. The 2 7th grade warriors were filled with murderous intent, but when they saw the outsider, Zi Chen, their expressions suddenly changed. Zi Chen didn't pay attention to the 2 of them. Instead, he signaled Barbarian Tiger to go forward until he reached the leader of the Wood tribe. Zi Chen waved his hand, and 2 fruits of strength flew out from the corpse of the leader of the Wood tribe and into Zi Chen's hand. After taking the fruits of strength, Zi Chen didn't pay attention to the 2 of them and signaled Barbarian Tiger to continue forward. But on the way, Zi Chen took away all the beast corpses. It was clear that they were food for the Raven tribe. The 2 warriors of the 7th rank were ignored just like that. Their expressions were somewhat uncomfortable, but the strength of the outsider made them incomparably fearful. "Do you know which tribe we are from? Outsider, you dare to steal our fruits of strength? You have guts." One of the level 7 warriors couldn't hold back and directly said, "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."